Buongiorno, benvenuti. Tocca a me aprire questo incontro e questo evento, innanzitutto presentandomi. Sono Loredana Garlati e sono il prorettore per l'orientamento e le attività di placement nell'Ateneo Milano Bicocca. Vi porto i saluti nel mio ruolo istituzionale del nostro rettore, Cristina Messa, che credo incontrerete domani, ma vi porto anche i saluti dell'assessore Valentina Prea, che è il nostro assessore alla Regione per l'istruzione, la formazione e il lavoro, che proprio ieri sera mi chiamava scusandosi per la sua defezione, per la sua assenza, ma l'intera Regione Lombardia pare oggi essersi trasferita a New York per impegni di lavoro e istituzionali, ma ci teneva a farvi giungere il suo saluto proprio perché Regione Lombardia c'è stata molto vicina anche in questo evento.
Well, I would like to welcome you here to the conference today. It's my task to open it and present. And first of all, I'll present myself. My name is Loredana Garlatti. I am the Vice Rector, and I bring greetings from the Rector herself, who will be here tomorrow, and also for the Regional Councillor for Training and Job Placement, who unfortunately cannot be here today. It seems that most of Milan Council is over in New York today working with them.
L'inglese della professoressa è molto meglio del mio, quindi è giusto che lo faccia lei. Io fatico già a articolare le parole in italiano. Io sono molto lieta e vi do davvero il benvenuto perché questo evento è di grande interesse per la comunità scientifica, per il nostro Ateneo anche, per le istituzioni che vedo qui rappresentate e per il mercato del lavoro. E devo dire che con grande gioia so che ci sono rappresentanze da 20 paesi europei che affrontano oggi e domani temi importanti come quello del big data, del mercato del lavoro e della formazione professionale.
Okay. So again, I repeat that I'm exceedingly happy to welcome you here for this extremely interesting conference, interesting for the scientists, interesting for the institutions, and interesting for the university itself. And I'm pleased also to say that we have representatives from over 20 European countries, all working on job placement and training.
Grazie. Ringrazio personalmente, proprio perché c'è un rapporto di collaborazione e di amicizia, il professor Mario Mezzanzanica, che ha organizzato l'evento, ma come vi dirò non solo questo, e ringrazio anche il presidente del comitato scientifico dell'European Network on Regional Labour Marketing Monitoring, il professor Marco Ricceri, e la coordinatrice di tutto questo evento, la professoressa Krista Larsen. E consentitemi di spiegarvi chi siamo, dove siete voi oggi. Nell'Università Milano Bicocca, che è un'università ancora adolescente, è nata infatti, le date sono ancora incerte, alcuni dicono nel 98, ufficialmente nel 1999, quindi stiamo ancora scaldando i motori. Come avete visto, probabilmente arrivando qui, l'idea di questa università è quella di essere un campus aperto nella realtà cittadina, con tanti diversi edifici, un ateneo multidisciplinare che ha 7, diciamo così, grossi raggruppamenti scientifici. Operiamo nel campo come offerta didattica, nel campo economico-statistico, nel campo giuridico, nel campo medico, nel campo sociologico, psicologico, pedagogico, con 66 corsi di laurea, con ben 17 corsi di dottorato e con 37 scuole di specializzazione. L'attività didattica e di ricerca si svolge nelle strutture dei dipartimenti. Abbiamo 14 dipartimenti che rappresentano queste diverse realtà. Abbiamo 4 centri di eccellenza e 44 centri di ricerca universitari e interuniversitari.
Oh, sorry. I would like very much to thank Professor Metzadzanika, with whom I have ties of friendship, and also a colleague who has organized this meeting, and also Mario Riccieri, President of the Scientific Committee, coordinating it. I would now like to say a few words about Bicocca University, which is a young university. It only goes back as far as 1998. It's built here on the campus, which is a campus, but still just inside the city boundaries. The faculties are economy, law, medicine, sociology, pedagogy, psychology, statistics again. Oh, no. We've left that for last as it's the most important, haven't we? Yes. The numbers for such a short period are quite impressive. We have 66 degree courses, 17 masters, 37 specialization courses, 14 departments, 4 centers of excellence.
Noi siamo stati, anche in Italia, c'è un percorso di valutazione e molto fieramente, molto orgogliosamente, voglio dirvi che Milano Bicocca è risultata per la qualità della sua ricerca in questa valutazione nazionale seconda in Italia, e per una università giovane che ha scavalcato università secolari è sicuramente un risultato importante l'attestazione della qualità della sua ricerca. I ranking internazionali ci vedono, diciamo così, in buona posizione nel ranking del Times Higher Education, però per le università che hanno meno di 50 anni, nel senso che siamo 24esimi, ma siamo la prima università italiana. Il confronto con i ranking internazionali è per le università italiane, diciamolo, molto difficile, ma questo non significa che non vi sia un'ottima qualità delle nostre università, come è dimostrato dal fatto che i nostri laureati sono ambitissimi, sono molto apprezzati in giro per l'Europa, anzi per il mondo, a dimostrazione della qualità formativa dei nostri atenei. Non sempre le classifiche dicono la verità, o almeno utilizzano parametri che consentano a tutte le università del mondo di confrontarsi con dati uguali.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to evaluation, for the quality of research, Milan Bicocca comes out as number 2 in Italy, which is of extreme pride to us, given that here we have surpassed a lot of the antique universities that go back to the Renaissance and before. The international rating is very good, number 24. And they're interesting to note the Times Higher Education one in its classification of young universities, that is, those under 50, and we come out at a good position there. The classifications don't tell all the truth, because our graduates are very much appreciated in Italy, in Europe and worldwide.
L'ultima cosa, questo evento è un fragmento, un segmento di una settimana impegnativa che ha coinvolto Milano Bicocca e l'evento a cui oggi voi siete presenti è uno dei momenti centrali di questa settimana. La vedete lì, il Bicocca Job Days, che abbiamo chiamato Insieme per il tuo lavoro, perché l'Ateneo sta davvero facendo uno sforzo, e su questo il network ci dà un aiuto importante, per coniugare, per unire l'attività formativa con le richieste e le opportunità del lavoro. Lo è perché io vi lascerò, perché ora vado a incontrare le aziende che mi attendono nell'altro edificio. È stata una settimana molto articolata, in cui i nostri studenti sono stati coinvolti in temi come l'imprenditività, la scoperta dell'autoimprenditorialità. Sono stati presentati, grazie a una indagine, una ricerca, prima in Lombardia, anche in questo siamo stati apripista, condotta proprio dal professor Mezzanzanica, sui dati occupazionali dei dottori di ricerca della Lombardia, e domani, anzi oggi, appunto vado a incontrare le aziende, oggi c'è il tradizionale Career Day, l'incontro tra domanda e offerta, e domani, mentre voi seguirete il convegno, avremo invece le istituzioni dei Parlamenti europeo che incontreranno i nostri ragazzi insieme ad altre delegazioni europee per un mercato del lavoro molto ampio. Una settimana, come vedete, dove ci siamo impegnati per consentire ai ragazzi una conoscenza del mercato del lavoro completa, e quindi, scusandomi per il doppio tempo che comporta la traduzione e scusandomi anche per la mia fuga, io vi auguro buon lavoro, grazie ancora di essere qui, buone giornate, e sono certa che anche da questo incontro usciranno elementi validi di riflessione per il nostro Ateneo. Grazie ancora.
Now, this conference and tomorrow's conference form a fragment, actually, of an extremely busy week here in Milan Bicocca. It is one of the central moments in which we are talking about job days, training opportunities, matching them. We've been to firms, businesses, talking about themes like entrepreneurship and individual entrepreneurship. And today we actually have a career day, and where we have students and the various companies meeting. And I'm afraid I will have to leave you at this point because I need to go over to be with the others. So I would like to say to you, good work, and I'm sure very many interesting things will come out of what you are doing today. Thank you.
So, coordinating in Frankfurt this network, a gift from Frankfurt, and something to read on the topic.
Welcome everybody in the annual meeting of the network. I am Mario Mezzanzanica, Professor of Information System at the University of Milano Bicocca and Scientific Director of the CRISP. We are really glad to host you in our city, Milan, and even if the weather is not good, I hope you will enjoy your stay here and you can appreciate the beauty of Milan. I want to welcome everybody on the behalf of the network, of course. This year is the 10th annual meeting of the network, and this means that we celebrate the 10th birthday of our network. Happy birthday for the network. It's been a great and interesting path, and we hope that other organizations, maybe after this meeting, will have the desire to join us in the network to work together. The CRISP is an inter-university research center on public services. It has been founded in 1997 and consists in an interdisciplinary academic network conducting high-profile research and study in the field of services, mainly labor market, vocational and educational training, and healthcare. Our mission in research and dissemination in the design, management, and evaluation of services. To achieve this mission, the Center organized two kinds of activity: research, development and coordination of study, and research relating to public services; school, dissemination and support of knowledge transfer through advanced methodologies, training courses, seminars, and workshops. CRISP also takes care of fostering interdisciplinary collaboration initiatives by promoting the exchange of information between researchers, also with other institutes of university department, R&D office of public and private company, at both national and international level. We also are currently running the first edition of our Master in Business Intelligence and Big Data Analytics. Every class is composed by 30 students, both in university age or already working, and we select them over a lot of requests. In all the editions of the Master, our students have found a job during the Master or just after its end. I'm sure that these 2 days will be very interesting, and I hope that I will born a lot of opportunity of collaboration. So welcome to the annual meeting, and thanks again to all of you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario, for welcoming us so nicely here at the university. And I think it's a topic of talk with Mario and his colleague that they have a master here for big data. So looking at Europe and the situation, how we work with big data in applied labor market research and labor market monitoring, this is really in its infancy. But here we have a spot at Bicocca University where we have advanced work on it. So we will get to know that today. So let me introduce myself. My name is Christa Larsen. I'm the coordinator of this network. And so I will be your moderator for the first session today. And we have a keynote speaker, a speaker representing the European Commission, and we are glad every year that somebody from the Commission is joining our meeting. But in the previous years, we always had representatives from DG Employment, DG Education. This year, it's different. We got a representative from DG Connect. So, and briefly, let me introduce Dr. Lucilia Scioli. She represents the DG Connect, and she is our keynote speaker. She is the head of the European Semester and Knowledge Base within the unit Directorate General Connect. Her unit monitors trends and performances in the digital economy. She's responsible for country monitoring in the digital area in the context of the European 2020, and she manages the oversight of the Grand Coalition on Digital Jobs and addresses the impact of ICT on labor markets. So our topic. She holds a PhD in economics from the University of Southampton and one from the Catholic University of Milano here, and has been a civil servant with the European Commission since 1997, great. 1997, sorry for that. And she is today also representing Andrus Ansip, the Vice President of the European Commission responsible for the digital single market. So we are extremely glad that you came today to join us and give us a keynote speech. And for us working in the regions and in the localities, it's always very important to get to know about the general lines, the general orientation which is given out by the European Commission on a certain topic. So we're very curious what you have to tell us. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation also on behalf of Vice President Ansip. Vice President Ansip in the Commission Juncker is responsible for the digital single market, and I was actually asked to introduce you to the proposal on the digital single market, which was proposed by the Commission in May this year, and then from there take you to what we are doing in the area of digital skills and employment in general. And I hope I can also provide you a link with the discussion that will follow this morning on the basis of a project that we are reflecting about in the European Commission on monitoring of labor markets and, of course, from our digital angle. So, but first, let me tell you a little bit about the digital single market and why this is relevant in Europe. Well, first of all, what we are living now is a real transformation of the economy into a digital economy. We've been talking about this for many years. We've been saying for many years that ICT, information and communication technologies, have explained about half of labor productivity growth in the United States and in Europe, about a third of our economic growth. But what is happening now is a little bit different. I mean, what we see now is really ICT turning into a general purpose technology. We see it transforming industries, transforming also the manufacturing industry. This is new. So far, it was more the service part of the industry. And this is, of course, posing a lot of challenges for the labor market, as you probably know very well, but also for our policies. And one of the main concerns that President Juncker had was to make sure that the idea of the single market, which is, of course, at the heart of the European Union, would also be relevant for the digital world. It is not so obvious that people and businesses actually are able to live and experience the online world without borders. It isn't, even if the technology per se has no borders, in reality there are more borders in the digital world than there are in the physical world. And it is for this reason that this new Commission has decided that the digital single market proposal was going to be one of the top 10 priorities that this Commission for the next 5 years will carry out. So what the digital single market does is to articulate around 3 main chapters. There is one chapter looking very much at e-commerce, one chapter looking at the environment in support of networks and services in the digital economy, and then a third pillar which looks more into the data economy, into e-government, and the need of a digital society. But let me start briefly from the first pillar, because the first pillar on e-commerce is quite new, because we've been talking about e-commerce for many years, but it is only now that we kind of realize that although the internet offers huge opportunities to enterprises, and in particular to small, medium enterprises, because through the internet they can have access to wider markets, these benefits are not really exploited by the European enterprises. I think we only have like 7% of small, medium enterprises in Europe actually sell cross-border. In Italy, which is a country, the made in Italy is well known to everybody, only 5% of companies, not even small, medium enterprises in general, sell online across borders. These are very small numbers, exactly because we think that if growth is a problem for small, medium enterprises in Europe, well then digital technologies and the internet really offer the opportunities to access a market of 500 million people and grow. And consumers in turn can benefit from more competition, so more variety, better prices, and so on. So we have carried out an inquiry to companies and asked them, why is it that you don't sell online? And the main barriers we have found are the cost of parcel delivery, and there's sometimes inefficiency of the distribution system for parcel delivery. Secondly, is the management of VAT when goods or services are sold in another country. And thirdly, the fact that regulations are still scattered among European countries, and therefore, for example, consumer protection regulation, and therefore companies sometimes don't know what's going to happen if they have a problem with the consumers in another country, which is the jurisdiction that is actually going to apply. So the digital single market proposal will address all these different issues. The Commission has given itself about 1 year time to legislate in these different fields. But one of the items which is very important we're addressing right now is geo-blocking. I don't know if you ever heard this word before. This basically means that while we are working to make sure that no barriers exist for enterprises to sell cross-border, we want to make sure that enterprises themselves don't introduce artificial barriers. For example, there are multinationals that segment markets, and so they will recognize, for example, that a certain consumer has a certain IP address and comes from a certain country, and it will apply the company certain conditions only because that consumer is coming from that country. So the consumer may be rerouted to a website from that particular country is calling from, or the website will not accept the credit card of the consumer because it comes from a certain country. So there are different, even technological tricks with which companies actually segment the market. And these things don't exist offline. I mean, companies, of course, can set different prices in different countries, but if I'm Italian and I go into a Belgian shop, because I live in Belgium, the shop cannot refuse to sell me or to sell me at different conditions because I come from Italy. So if these things are not done in the physical world, there is no reason to do them in the digital world. And this is very much a principle of the single market. And right now we have a public consultation open on this particular issue. Have you been geo-blocked before? It is the amount of people being geo-blocked is actually pretty high. And we also ask if geo-block should be banned. I mean, you have to consider the fact that companies are, of course, lobbying the countries, which then will be represented in the council, against our proposal on banning geo-blocking. I mean, this has to be, it's going to be another roaming adventure, you know, where we have to fight very hard against national interest to be able to bring some more benefits to the consumers from the digital world. A second pillar is about the development of networks and services in Europe. I just mentioned the roaming regulation. You may be aware of the fact that a few weeks ago, finally, the European Commission, the Council, and the Parliament found an agreement on the disappearance of roaming fees, which will disappear in 2017. Already prices will be going down already from mid-16, but the disappearance of the fees is fixed for mid-17. And this was a very long fight in the Council between the different member states, and we are very happy to have achieved that, but that's not enough. We really want to have more homogeneous conditions for telecom operators in the different countries. We want to have more homogeneous conditions for the access of spectrum. It is not true that people may still think that the spectrum and the radio frequencies actually stop at the borders. These are artificial borders that have been created historically by member states, and we, of course, would like to address them. But I think that a very important part, a new part of this proposal concerns the online platforms. Now, the digital economy is now characterized by the emergence of these online platforms. Online platforms are characterized by having two-sided markets, consumers and businesses, or consumers and consumers, or businesses and businesses. They exploit network effects, they have marginal cost equal to zero, and because of all these characteristics, they tend to have monopolistic positions. And we call it the winner takes all. Just think of Booking.com, of eBay, of Amazon, of all these kind of platforms that exist in all the different sectors of the economy. These platforms have been very good. eBay is very functional for small, medium enterprises to be visible on the internet and sell in different countries. On the other hand, they have created some issues. We received some complaints about terms and conditions imposed by, for example, Booking.com or other platforms to the businesses that are present on those platforms. Consumers complain because they, of course, give data and they don't know what's going to happen to those data once they're in the platform. So these platforms, through the use of data, through their capabilities of big data analytics, through their monopolistic positions, are actually acting at times as gatekeepers in the digital economy. But we are not very clear in our head whether they create more problems, whether they are actually even more beneficial to our economy. And so we have a public consultation open on that one as well, and I invite all of you to participate, because here we are really thinking of, what to do. Do we need to do anything there? Do we need to regulate anything? It's always better not to regulate anything on the internet, but we are really seeking the views of the consumers and of the businesses that use these platforms. Finally, we have the third pillar, which is more on the data economy. And here we want to ensure the flow of data. I mean, the first initiative that the Commission will take for what concerns cloud, for example, and big data is that we want to make sure there is a free flow of data, and the Commission will come forward shortly with proposals to ban the possibility that countries have to stop the storing of data in servers in other European countries. We don't want this to happen. And then we will be addressing issues of ownership, of interoperability, of machine-to-machine data, and so on. This we propose, we are planning to come forward with a proposal already at the beginning of next year. At the moment, in the area of big data, we have some important activities in the area of research. We have a public-private partnership called Big Data Value. You may be familiar with this. And this public-private partnership is active on the identification of new ideas and new ways of addressing big data and using big data. Another important proposal we will be making, which touches on big data, is in the copyright reform. We'll come forward with a copyright reform to make sure that copyright is adapted to the digital age. This is going to be next year as well, and there will be part of the proposal which will address big data and the use of big data in research. Let me talk briefly about skills. I mean, here you see that one of the topics we address in the digital single market is digital skills. What we do is that we do see that while we push for the transformation of the digital economy and we want to make sure we have the right policies in place to address this transformation, we also want to make sure that society is well equipped to embrace this transformation. And digital skills policies are policies which actually are the main instruments the governments have to accompany the transformation from the point of view of society and also from the point of view of the labor market. We read on the media, everybody reads on the media, digital kills more jobs than it actually produces. It can be true, it does not need to be true. There are studies from Berkeley, from, for example, Professor Moretti, that shows that for every ICT specialist, a job created, there are 4 service jobs being created. Similar studies exist for Europe. But nobody really knows what the outcome of this transformation is going to be on the impact of jobs. The unemployment issues we are suffering from today are not due to digital. They're mostly due to the economic crisis that we have lived until not a long time ago, that we are still living today. But of course, we have to keep in mind that digital does have an impact on the labor market with the robotization and the automation that is coming. It will impact on the traditional jobs. There is some evidence of polarization in the labor market already. but it will change. What we like to think is that it changes traditional profiles. There are famous books called The Race Against the Machine, talking about destruction of jobs because of the robots. We like to think that jobs actually transform. Think of the job of a secretary a few years ago and think of what the job of the secretary is nowadays. With the use of computers, people have to learn to work with the machines rather than against the machines. But in general, we think that digital skills policies are important because we need to make sure that all the people in society have the digital skills that are needed to participate into the digital society of today. We need to make sure that the workforce has the right digital skills and that we have enough specialists of ICT to accompany this transformation. Today in Europe, we know 90% of jobs require some digital skills, but only 1/3 of the workforce, 2/3 of the workers have sufficient digital skills, which leaves 1/3 of the European workforce does not have sufficient digital skills. There is a shortage of ICT professionals. We estimate about 800,000 vacancies in Europe by 2020. And we also still have 100 million people in society who've never used the internet, which means that don't have enough skills to use it. So digital skills policy at all levels, starting from primary and secondary education into university, have to address all these different issues. We are thinking of the need for a modernization of education, introducing computing science already from primary school, coding in particular, into primary school. This is EU Code Week. I don't know if you have activities here in Milan. I'm sure many on bringing coding to all the kids. We would like to have a more intense dialogue between companies and universities so that higher education is more multidisciplinary. We can bring ICT into economics and statistics, and more statistics and economics into the ICT computing science courses. Big issues in addressing shortages like big data analysts. We know there is a master in this university, but it's not the case everywhere in Europe, and it will be extremely difficult to address all these shortages. There is one project we have started to make sure that we can understand better the shortages for the ICT professionals, which, by the way, are not just professionals that are going to work in the ICT sector, but these are professionals that are going to work in the whole economy. 55% of the ICT professionals in Europe work outside the ICT sector. And we want to understand where the vacancies are, and we would like to understand that in real time. Now, this is very much also the item of discussion, I understand, of the next session that we discussed this morning. But basically what we are trying to do is to have a big data exercise where, through the scraping of the web, we are able to read, let's say, the vacancies. We are able to understand the digital skills that are published and that are required by the vacancies, so that with this evidence, we can actually go to the training providers in the member states and tell them, well, look, this is how people need to be trained. Now we have talked about big data analysts, that these are people coming out of universities, but in Europe, in Europe everywhere, you can also train people in unemployment, young people in unemployment, into things like digital marketing, HTML for designing a web, and much more simple programming levels. People can be trained in a few months' time and actually get a job. We have a lot of pilots in these areas, but we simply don't know where the demand is. And that's why we think that a project like this one can be very useful to understand what companies are asking and what they're looking for in real time. So we have started the project. We have actually published a call for companies. There is a number of companies that are already scraping the web and getting information on the vacancies and the skills. So we would like to know the industry sector, the region, the skills that are required. Of course, we make reference to the ESCO, the European Classification for Occupations. And we would like to create then a platform where we can visualize the results and make this available to the whole of Europe. There are certain challenges. The challenge is the fact that the website structures can be very difficult. The fact that we need permission for scraping, because of course there are many barriers to the use of robots. There are many languages in which the vacancies are published. There are many different places where the same vacancy is published, and therefore we need to make an effort of deduplication. We need to clean the data, and we have to come up with some a common taxonomy with which we actually want to publish the data. So we are actually procuring the raw data from some economic operators. We have published a call which was open until a week ago, and we are going to have, let's say, a first pilot to see what we can get out of this raw data. And as I said, we are particularly interested in the digital skills required for the vacancies for the ICT specialist. At the end, we would like to develop an infrastructure that visualizes this data. So this is a project we have ongoing. We hope we'll come back with good results already next year. But some similar projects are ongoing in this university with CEDEFOP. And I now thank you for your attention and give the floor to all my colleagues that have much more to say on this particular topic. Thank you very much.
Work from the network on big data might be inspiring.
Thank you.
And a gift from France.
Thank you very much. It's very nice.
So can we just switch our seats?
So I think your contribution was interesting for seeing in the general lines. Firstly, I think that's very important. I think most of us are not really aware on that. And then especially the last part of your presentation was very interesting to look systematically at ICT skills and skills requirements. And we have a lot of people here doing similar things in their region and their localities, looking at certain branches and try to bring that information to the educational sphere. So thank you for providing us with such an information. So what we did in the network, and Mario is a strong supporter of big data. Since 4 years or 5 years, he tells us we need to work in the network on big data. And so when we approach in the network a certain topic, as we do now, big data, we always ask the network members, do you have experience with big data in applying it in labor market research or in an observatory? And so members who have experience write articles. And so we bring that in this wonderful anthology. And so around 30 members wrote about their experiences. And when we start now the topic in big data, we want to use the state of the art, which we have in this book at this point, as a baseline for our discussions, because we learned in looking at the articles that in some regions, some localities, we have very high expertise, not in a lot, but in most regions where our members are coming from, there is no experience with big data. We were very surprised about that. But it's worthwhile then to come together and discuss all these issues. And what I want to do very briefly is now to report a little bit about the approach in the book. So the book and our perspective on the topic of big data starts out from our monitoring perspective. So what do? We are located in regions and localities, and the main task of labor market monitoring is to provide transparency for regional and local decision makers so that they are better informed. As we are active on the level of regions and localities, we have certain challenges to face. So we have often wonderful surveys on the national level, but to bring them down on a regional level, we have a lot of methodological problems in terms of representativity, small number of cases, etc., etc. And additionally, on the regional local level, we have always limited resources compared to the national level in terms of knowledge, in terms of money, in terms of human resources simply. Having such a framework in localities and in regions, in the last 4 or 5 years, we did a lot of exploration. How can we generate data or analyze existing data for bringing a good transparency to the decision makers? And so we started out working a lot with process data generated in public administration, labor administration, wet administration, etc. So this is a wonderful source, but this is structural data, doesn't give us very much in-depth information, often not current also. So, and then we developed some methodologies to extract knowledge from local experts and combine that with the process data. We like that very much because this is a good approach, and you really can very precisely describe the situation in a region. But still, we have the most deficits and the most challenges in describing the demand side of the labor market. So what is the current demand of companies in a locality and in a region? How can we describe that? And so we are here now to learn and to find out if big data can help us to get better information to describe the demand side. So along these lines, what you presented here. So we want to see how far we can do that on the regional local level. So, and for having a general basis on what we are talking about in the understanding of the network members. So what is big data? This is all data which is generated by devices. We all know in our daily life, mobile phones, apps, etc., etc. And so we find as characteristics of this big data the 3 V's. So that means volume, big data, huge data, amounts of data, variety. So we have not this wonderful, nicely structured information, which we used up to now. We have a lot of structured information. So how to work with that, and velocity. And this is the major criteria, which is really makes people really euphoric because the data is current. So it basically gives us an idea what happens now. So big advantage. And then when our network members discuss the issue of big data, and so we think we will have this line today also in our discourse, and especially social scientists and human geographers, they make this point really clearly. They describe they say big data is a description of a situation, but it doesn't explain us why we have such a situation. And often, if we consult political decision makers, we need to explain to them why is the situation like this. So we need a 4th V, which is value, meaning we have to add theories, hypotheses, etc., etc. So all of us know what that means. And then there's another new feature for us coming from the traditional data work. Here we have to face challenges which we didn't have to face before. There are a lot of methodological questions on quality. So all the criteria which we had before on defining the validity of a data set doesn't work necessarily that that easy anymore. So we need to define or redefine or modify criteria. So to define what is the quality of big data, define the criteria and standards, which is very important as we provide real planning basis for decision makers. So this is a big issue. And the other issue, which we heard before, are legal and ethical topics. So the question of ownership. We have a lot of individual data, how to handle that, finding rules, finding ways, finding common practices. So this is a challenge which we face, and we see in our book. So there are some people starting discussing this issue, but it's in very, very early phase, and so we need to invest a lot of work even more in these topics. And there's another point. Most of us are statisticians, sociologists working in observatories, analyzing data there, and now we are facing a situation, so you have to pull out data from the internet crawling, so you need infrastructure, informatic infrastructure, you need informatic knowledge, you need still statistical knowledge, you need social scientists for interpretation, you need lawyers for giving you the legal framework, etc., etc. So that means we have to work in an interdisciplinary approach, which means this for a lot of us is really unusual up to this point. We see here at this university, here we have a structure where you work quasi automatically in interdisciplinary. Most of us don't. So we need to think about how can we do that. And the last point here, we are already very good with that we do a development, including research and application, going back and forth for specifying our issue. So we asked then also the network members, what is your understanding of big data? And so we got 2 definitions, which will be also the guiding definitions for the day-to-day. So one understanding is big data is the data which we generate directly from the internet. And so we have 3 sources, and we will have a lot of examples today to these 3 resources. One are job portals, job boards, as we just heard in the previous talk. One, and we were surprised about that, is the usage of Google Trends. So we will have presentations on that too. And in a very early stage, we see that the social media are used, especially for recruiting processes and monitoring recruiting processes. And a very interesting topic, and we learned that there are single states, like we have contributions from Russia and Poland. It's extremely wide, mature, developed. What we see here in states like Germany, where I'm coming from, there's no discussion on that yet. So it's a broad variety. So this is one definition, and we want to follow this definition. And we have a second definition, which we call big data approach. And this means in observatories, we are confronted more and more with the management of large amounts of heterogeneous data. So the national statistical offices, most of them are building big databases, and we can generate information from there, but we need to know how to handle that. And so we have here a nice redefinition of the 4V model. Our Polish colleague, Maria, who cannot be with us today, she did that with her colleagues, and she said, okay, let's redefine it for our big data approach. Let's say usage, deduction, enrichment, verification, and in parentheses you see what it means. This is all familiar to us. So this broad understanding means let's manage this heterogeneous data stocks. This is probably something which we are confronted in future even more. And here we have also challenges, the question of representativeness, data storage. How can we do that? What technology do we need? Combination of different data stocks, and the point of talking, communicating with the users, so the visualization and presentation. So in the book you find really wonderful examples this year for both approaches, and also you find the discourse on the legal and ethical challenges and the quality issues. And we were surprised that in all articles we find one clear statement, the deep understanding that this is a development which is in our field in a really early stage to be reflected, but that it's very important to be part of the development, not simply letting pass, going in the process, using it, making experience, and help to structure it in terms also of legal, ethical, quality issues, etc., etc. So we like that. And this afternoon, when we are through with our program, we would like to propose to build a permanent working group on big data, because we believe in 10 years, most of the data which we will handle in an observatory, regional local observatory, will be big data. So it's worthwhile to approach that with a long perspective, and so we'll talk about this group this afternoon. So, but now, this wonderful book, and I think it's unique, all the authors who have written there, and most of them do that in their leisure time, we know that, on their own resources. Thanks a lot, and I think you all have earned a huge applause on all the work you did here. And finally, let me show you how we prepared the structure of the day. So we have 4 parts today. So we start with research-related approaches. And here you see we cover all the 3 sources. We have a lot of most presentations on job portals, but also Google Trends and social media, and that will give us an approach to the topics. And then we have a second session which more covers the application, so this big data approach, but also combining internet-based data with the traditional data which we use, which is an interesting discourse for us. And then for the afternoon, we invented a new format, which we call peer advice groups. Having learned from the book that there are only a small number of network members who are really familiar with applying big data, we thought, okay, that would be good if these people would share their knowledge and their experience with the other network members. So we asked them if they would function as experts and would be willing to give advice and ideas and inspiration to other network members. So they all agreed on that, and so we can offer peer advice groups this afternoon. We have 3 topics on which they cover. So we have a group of peer advisors on data from different sources. We have a second group on methodological and quality issues. And we have a third group on legal and ethical issues. So please think about which topic is of most interest for you. And then after lunch, please, if you're interested, join your peer advice group and share your experience you might have also, which we might not know, with the experts. And then we have a plenary session after that, and we will bring the general discussions back in the plenary session. And from there on, we talk about building a permanent working group on big data. So this is the plan for today. It's rather dense program again, as it always, and we start out now with the first session, which is research-related approaches, and we start out with looking at job portals, and we have 3 speakers who talk about job portals, and the first person in this row is somebody we know very well in the network. It's Vladimir Kvetan from CDFOP. He has been with us before. We found out yesterday in Krakow some years ago. And Vladimir Kvetan, I would like to introduce him. He works as an expert at the European Center for Development of Vocational Training, the CDFOP, since 2010. His main tasks are related to the skills analysis, mainly projects on forecasting skills, supply and demand in Europe, and online LMI. Hopefully this is still right, so you will tell us. Before joining the CDFOP, he worked as a research fellow at the Institute for Economic Research in the Slovak Academy of Sciences in Bratislava, and his main tasks there were related to macroeconomic modeling, labor market analysis, and analysis of regional development. And he took part in a huge number of research projects related to key policy reforms and labor market transition in Slovakia. So an expert. We love that. So we would like to welcome you very much, and we are curious what you will tell us. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you for a nice welcome, and I'm very happy to be here because it's really important for us to know and basically transmit the message of the tools and tasks we are developing on the sorts of big European perspectives and having ability to reach regional and local labor market representatives sorts of confirms that the effort we are sort of making and the things we are doing are of mutual interest. What's wrong? Where are we? And it's also interesting to make sure that we are having inspiration. We can have inspiration from you, and the fact that we managed to convince our director to contribute to write a foreword for this anthology is.
Yes, I forgot. Yeah.
Don't worry. is the proof of a very interesting and very lively relationship, because as Krista said, I was present in your Krakow workshop. But since then, every year, we managed to get someone from us to speak and convey the message. So, as it was said, I'm working in SEDEFOP and basically in the department for skills and labor market.
Okay.
It works.
Okay.
It works. Don't worry. And basically, what the main task and main objective of our work are the skills. And why we are doing that? Because we believe that skills are key for Europe's competitiveness, but also at the same time they have the major impact on people's life chances, because looking at current labor market, the skills are what matters. And basically what we are doing, we are building several interrelated activities, and I will just go through and show how the big data projects and big data analysis can feed into our more, let's say, traditional or conventional approach we are developing. So I will start naturally from my own, which is skills forecasting, and basically what we are doing is developing sorts of medium to long-term forecast. It's up to the year 2020 for 33 countries. It covers the whole EU region, plus countries like Norway, Switzerland, and Iceland, plus Turkey and the former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia. So we have this huge country coverage. We are doing forecasts of ISCO two-digit occupations and current NACE Rev2 sectors, and we look also at the supply side, where we have different disaggregations of the elements there. But what we are able to do, because we are based on conventional data, we are able to develop only 3 broad qualification levels. So with all the instruments that we have, due to the data limitation and some inconsistencies across the countries, when we look at the qualification and actual skills, we are calling it skills forecasting, but in fact what we are doing at the end are the 3 major qualification levels, like high, medium, and low. So we are developing at that, and basically we know that more skills, that we have more skills intensive labor market, that medium qualification is will be forming the major part, and we will have older but better skilled labor force. And we have developed a very nice online platform where you can get an information. But when it comes to real skills, we are lacking to produce information. Similar task is with another objective, which are the study of skills mismatch. And basically, we know that 40% of firms in EU have the difficulties to find appropriate skills, appropriate workers, that 29% of EU adult workers are considering their skills as not adequate to their jobs, and 43% of EU workers have lower skills than needed. And this is a small ad that beginning of December in Thessaloniki we are organizing a big conference where the results will be presented. And if you are interested in, I believe that there still be some places free. But again, here we are trying to target the employees, because it's the survey is run with employees. But again, the actual skills, we are not able to get so much information about the actual skills used or required. Then, sort of new area of our interest is skills anticipation systems and governance, which is very more like on-site research, how the skills are developed and how the different systems work together. And basically we are trying to get information on how the training is organized, how the labor market works, and basically translate it to some training activities and producing some guidelines for that. And another important part are the sectoral skills, where we did a lot in relation to green skills, and this is one example where we took where we focused on two main EU 2020 targets. One is the energy target, or greenhouse target, and employment target. And we see that when looking at a greenhouse, achieving the greenhouse target, this is the blue line, the employment trends or employment is much lower than expected employment target. But as a part of this study, we are now, together with university, developing a real-time labor market information system and see what we can do. So it's a sort of work in progress, and I had just yesterday a small briefing meeting when I wanted to make sure that we are doing right thing and going in right direction, and I was very happy to hear that we are, and we will be able to present some nice results. So basically, we are now developing in the working prototype for getting information from online vacancies. We are now looking and testing the tool in 5 countries: Czech Republic, Germany, Italy, Ireland, and UK. And we need, the main idea is to provide additional information on skills requirements across EU into different elements. And the main sort of target, if there will be an interest from the side of Commission, we would like to develop a huge pan-European tool, because we started with this 10 years ago with forecasting, and it was nice that we were trying to get information what's on, what's going on different countries when it comes to skills forecasting. And after 10 years, we have managed to develop a sort of robust methodology which produces a forecast for in the shape and size as presented at the beginning. We are really interested in skills, not so much in the forecasting element, because we have another tools how to develop the forecasting. And basically, the main idea is really to try to feed education and training systems, because being Center for Vocational Education and Training, the direct impact to education process is of our key interest. And this wheel should ideally feed into all the elements as described. So it will be an important, we see it as an important element that will make all different activities run. And basically we have the pleasure and ability to sort of do really interdisciplinary and ability to look at the labor markets and skill needs from different angles. And one last remark, that currently we have inherited or we are responsible for so-called the EU Skills Panorama, which is a central access point for information related to skills. And some of you know this small and not very user-friendly platform, but as of 1st of December we are relaunching it, and we are doing the more interactive and user-friendly portal or platform for as an access point to different information of skills. So basically we believe that also this project will feed into there, and we will have really nice and up-to-date information. So that's all from my side. Again, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to see the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are very glad, and I think that Vladimir embedded, and we know already about the CityFOP strategy, most of us embedded this new approach in this strategy and showed the connection. I think that's very interesting for us and to understand the meaning of this project. And now we are approaching this project, and so next to me is sitting Emilio Colombo. He is Professor of Economics at the Department of Economics Management and Statistics here at the university. His current research interests include international macroeconomics, applied economics, and labor market research. And he is involved in a lot of research contexts. We talked yesterday a little bit about it. So very, very nice, very interdisciplinary. So he will present to us defining big data and analyzing its application in labor market monitoring. And we are curious on that. So please, Emilio.
Thanks a lot. My task here is basically to sort of contextualize what we are doing and how the use of web-based tools can actually fit into, among also several other tools. Lucilla previously hinted and suggested some of these big changes that technology is actually exerting on the labor market. Technology changed the way the labor market works, but also the way people look for jobs. The web is actually becoming increasingly important as a channel for posting vacancies and for looking for jobs. In general, for matching demand and supply. There are specialized websites along with some specific and general websites. Social networks are becoming important. There are some social networks like LinkedIn, which are specialized networks, and nowadays a lot of people are actually looking for jobs through the network. So the question is, how can we use the information which is provided, on the web? What kind of criteria should we use to extract information? What are the limits of the data we can get out of these websites? There is another important domain where these tools can be used, is that, as she suggested, technology is not only changing, it's changing the way people work, and is also affecting a lot the skills that are required by jobs. So the same job now is actually requiring completely different skills with respect to the ones that were required before. So there is this huge problem that the European Commission is trying to address, which is, which basically falling under the name of skills mismatch. Now, skills mismatch has a lot to do with the way of how we measure skills, and these tools can be useful as well. So, under this point of view, the technology which changed the way the job now is performed can also be of help, because it can actually provide new tools for addressing the problem of skills mismatch. Now, traditionally, this, the skill mismatch and the measurement of skills has been conducted with some, which are actually known as some sort of traditional tools, typically skill surveys. Skill surveys are very good tools, but they have some limits. In particular, the first is that they are costly, okay? Because it takes a lot of time to implement them, so there is a cost of direct implementation, and there is also to be considered an opportunity cost, that is the indirect cost of them. I mean, the entrepreneur who is answering the survey, or anyone who is answering the survey, is spending some time in it, and so this is a cost. The implementation is not easy, so they cannot have a high frequency. And the third is that they have a top-down approach. So typically, if you look for something, you need to predefine ex ante what you're looking for. So you're pre-classifying the skills in order to look for them. At the end, what you get is what you designed, not more, probably often less. Because this is the way it is. But the same problem is for administrative data, because they are, the way administrative data is collected is also telling you, what they are looking for. So also for administrative data, the problem is the same. So they are designed, and so at the end of the day, the information you get is what has been designed ex ante, okay? Now, under this point of view, the use of these tools can be extremely useful, because they have features which are very much different. First, they are less costly, in a sense that, they're not cheap, but there is a big cost up front, but then once you have the machine that is running, the marginal cost is very low, okay? The second big advantage is that basically there is no implementation lag. It's almost real-time information. Once you have the tools that are running, you can actually process information almost in real time. The big difference is that this is a bottom-up approach. So basically, you collect the data from, in this case, from the web, but everything, you're actually extracting information directly from the web. So this means that it is richer, because you can actually access to a richer set of information. And this is particularly important for the identification of some typically soft skills and for occupational specific skills. The other big advantage is that information is always there. So long as you don't have any problem in storage, the data is there. So you can always go back to the data and retrieve any information you may be missing. Okay? This is impossible with administrative or survey data, because the data that is there is what you have designed. Okay? In this case, the data that is there is the universe of the data. Okay? So if you're missing something, you can actually or tune the tool and go back and retrieve this information. Okay? There are clearly some limits. One limit has been also suggested before. There are ethical issues. Okay? Now, scraping is not technically legal. Okay? But nowadays everyone is actually scraping any website. So if you conduct this exercise on a large scale, well, you need to find some sort of agreement with the owner of the website. Okay, and this is something that this is an issue which will become critical because it will have to be addressed in some ways. The other critical point is the sampling issue. Okay, now the universe of the vacancies which are posted on the web not necessarily coincides with the universe of the data. Okay, not all the vacancies are posted on the web. Okay, so typically some occupations are overrepresented, others are totally absent. If you look for a university professor on a website on a Monster, you won't find him or her. So there are no offers for doctors, for public servants. Okay, so we need to be aware of this because this is not a universe. Okay, the same is for some sectors and regions. In several countries there is a digital divide. Okay, so it turns out that in Italy, for instance, the large part of the advertisement on the web is actually posted in 3 or 4 regions, very small amount in the south. This is simply because we have a digital divide. So this is totally different. I mean, this issue has to be taken into account because this is not present when you have a survey, because you designed the survey in order to be representative. Okay? Here you cannot have this, and this is clearly a problem that has to be addressed. Okay? There are technical issues because the techniques and tools that are needed are rather specialized, so they require a great deal of knowledge. And the other big issue is the classification issue. The data which is collected from the web is unstructured, so it's not classified. But we need a classification to have the different information to talk with each other. And if we want to conduct a cross-analysis, we need some sort of classification. This is not, this is an issue which is not present for administrative data because, when you design the administrative data, you already have in mind a classification, which is typically the NACE or ISCO classification or whatever. And the same is for surveys, okay? Here, on the web, they don't post a vacancy, calling the vacancy with an ISCO code, okay? And this is a problem. So you need to find a common classification scheme, which is a challenge. Okay? Let me just spend 2 minutes on this sampling issue because I think this is a kind of crucial element to be aware of. Web-based data, to some extent, have a biased representation of the real labor market, and we need to be aware of this. Okay? We know that high-skill occupations tend to be overrepresented on the web. Industrial sector tend to be overrepresented with respect to services. There is a digital divide between regions, so this is going to affect what vacancies are posted in what region. So basically the punchline here is the following. We don't have to look at these tools as sort of competing tools, okay? They provide complementary information. So you need a skills survey, you need administrative data, and alongside you need also tools such those, which can provide useful information to complement the information that are already contained in skills surveys. Okay, because you need information to be representative of the universe, but then also you need some kind of specific and specialized information that is unique in this web-based vacancies. Finally, let me just close with a quick reference to what we are doing here. Now, in Europe, how do we deal with the fact that we have vacancies posted in different languages with different standards or whatever? So what we are doing is we are conducting a pilot exercise with CEDEFOP. We have these 5 countries involved. We have basically terminated the process of downloading the data. To give you an idea, we have some sort of 3 million vacancies downloaded in 3 months, which can be analyzed. So this the size, the sheer size of this gives you an idea of this is actually big data. Okay, we are actually conducting data analysis, and we are going to we are soon will complete the prototype. So if you stay tuned on CEDEFOP website, they will release the information when this is complete. Yep. Okay. Thanks for the attention.
Thanks a lot. This is a contribution we need to give us a framework in which we can think. Thanks a lot for doing that. So now we have the next speaker, Mario Mezzanzanica. We know him already, our host here, and he will present the real product now. So the floor is yours.
Okay. In this talk, I would like to speak about the relevance of big data for the whole labor market intelligence, showing you the approach we have been using to extract knowledge and thus value from this data. But knowledge from whom and knowledge doing from what? In our view, the knowledge is useful to extend the which it allows answering to several and distinct stakeholder questions, even bearing in mind their peculiarities in reading the data. In other words, the question gives the proper meaning in the knowledge. Each of us is well aware that today the term big data is proposed elsewhere, but there is no degree in specifying which are the main issues and challenges that dealing with big data require. Generally, the term big data is used for referring large amounts of different types of data produced with high velocity from a high number of various types of sources, making the data useful for stakeholder require to turn them into knowledge, as that knowledge is the end product of a data-driven discovery. The literature specifies 4 key dimensions, namely these that make dealing with big data challenging that I will recall very quickly. Volume refers to the size of data generated by machine, networks, and human interaction on systems, for example, on social network or social media. Velocity refers to the pace at which data are generated, for example, real time. Variety, the data source and contents, for example, semi-structured or unstructured data. Veracity refers to the quality of the data. Today, labor market data, that also includes statistical data, administrative data, and web data, are contributing in enriching the amount of big data that flow over internet. In particular, the number of job vacancies that are advertised through web portals and services are growing rapidly. And this requires to define new ways to deal with them in terms of techniques, methodologies, and solutions too. In this talk, I will focus on the opportunity that web job vacancies could represent for LMI, as they contain an informative power that one can exploit for describing trends and dynamics of labor market phenomena under several points of view, as territorial area, occupation, even emerging, and skills. Clearly, these data have to be converted in knowledge following a rigorous and structured approach, and the knowledge discovery on database process is well suited for that. For this reason, in the following slide, we describe the main issue of KDD related to big data for labor market. We'll use the figure above to summarize the main KDD process steps according to the literature. We also show which of these of big data are involved in each step we'll describe. The first step required to select and then to scrape data sources over the web regularly. Each web source has to be evaluated and ranked on the basis of identified criteria that rely on the source availability, download, and access restriction to the source. We have also to look at the portion of structural, semi, and unstructured data, the present or not of publication, update timestamps, and clearly the territorial granularity that source refer to. The second step relies on identifying a suitable unified model able to structure and store this knowledge base without loss information. Herein, some quality tasks are mandatory for guaranteeing the believability of the overall KDD process, intending as the extent to which data are accepted or regarded as true, real and credible. Just to give you a few examples, this task required the data model selection and duplicate detection. For example, being able to identify duplicate job vacancy posted on different web sources. One of the most important steps that can affect the reliability of the overall processing, data reasoning, and mining that involve repeated iterative application of particular data mining methods. An example should clarify this part. Dealing with the web job vacancy required to use a classification algorithm, machine learning in our context, that is learning a function that maps a data into several predefined classes. In our context, these items are represented by web job vacancy, while the predefined classes are the ISCO ones. Initially, a manual labeled simple set is built, and this passed to the algorithm for learning. Part of this simple is then used to test the learning process as reach satisfying accuracy values. Once the learning phase is completed, the machine learning is used to classify job vacancy over the ISCO classifier. We test a number of algorithms for mining with web job vacancy, and our benchmarking revealed that the latter is the most promising approach for this talk that we employed. Finally, the knowledge interpretation and evaluation complete the process as it allows making the derived knowledge to different stakeholders in an appealing graphical view. This is the last step, but quite important, as it requires analysts to stay focused on the question and the interests of each stakeholder. For the reason, I think that the problem of deriving knowledge from big data market, big data labor market, should not be seen only a technological perspective. And this makes a whole process multidisciplinary because it involves statisticians, economists, and computer scientists working in close cooperation. In the example I would like to show you, we identify 4 distinct categories of stakeholders. Then we design and implemented visually 4 different data visualization models and service accordingly that would allow them to real the data in a more effective way. And 4 distinct products that are basic dashboard, thematic dashboard, analytics reports, personalized analysis. In our view, these distinct products could contribute to tell, to understand, to knowledge retrieve. In the remaining time, I will present a quick demo of Unimib.It, that is the Italian labor market digital monitor we realize. Actually, Unimib.It contains up to 300 jobs, more than 1 million job vacancies, with about 200 skills derived. For lack of time, I cannot show you all the Unimib.It features, so I will show you the 2 most relevant for this talk.
You can serve vacancies through a geographical range selection. Clicking on the map, you can add or remove municipalities to your interest area. You can specify the time window of your analysis. Only job vacancies posted in this time interval will be considered. Then you can select the professional categories you intend to analyze from the first level of the classification system. Unimib.It gives you a top 10 of professions found in the vacancies that matches your criteria. A tooltip provides the bar details, but if you want to see more, click on it. You can see the sector of the firms that posted the vacancies. Skills are arranged by categories, including professional and soft skills. Wall-E allows you to see more going down to the skill found in the vacancies.
Okay, but I have the second video, short video. Where is? I don't know.
That music, no picture.
Fabio,
So we need a picture.
where is the picture?
Use the skills graph to select up to 3 professional skills by dragging a whole category to the list or by typing the skill on the text.
Okay.
Use the skills graph to select up to 3 professional skills by dragging a whole category to the list or by typing the skill on the text window. Now, select the soft skills as before. You can also see how many vacancies match the criteria you specified until now. Only vacancies having at least one professional skill and at least one soft skill will be considered. The histograms will show you the number of occupations matching the skills criteria and their relevance. To see all the skills requested for a specific profession, click on it. Skills are arranged by categories, including professional and soft skills. Wall-E allows you to see more going down to the skill found in the vacancies.
Okay, at the entrance of this room, you can find our researchers that are pleased to show you a live demo of Wall-E completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario, for sharing that with us. And I think there will be a lot of questions and a lot of interest in Wall-E and seeing such a complex system and understanding more in detail. So thank you for presenting that to us and inviting us to see that. So gifts also for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are awakened. So before most of us were tired, now you're awakened and you're ready for a coffee break. So to find a place where to get the coffee, it's not that easy. That's why you get guided. So Lucia up there in the back, she's waving. So she and then Sophie in front here, the two will guide you to the coffee place. And as we are running a little bit out of time, I really ask you to be back in, now what time do we have? Where's the real time?
It's 11:30.
Okay, so let's be back at 10 before 12 if possible. Yeah? So enjoy your coffee break. So you're back. We would like to continue as we still have some more very interesting presentations to go for. And I would like you to take your seats. And I would like to mention that you might have seen that we have special guests today with us. This is the group in the middle here, in the center. They wear headphones, not currently, so they get translation into French. We have a group from Morocco being with us. Here. And it's first time for the network that we cover regions outside of Europe. I would have said wrong. Russia is long time with us, but another type of country where we have labor market with a lot of informal economy. And so we are very glad that you came and joined us, and we hope you find interesting people to talk to and take some information with you. Thank you very much for coming. So now we continue with the program, and so we focus now on different sources. So having looked at job boards and Wallaby as an example for the uses of job board, we now go for a next source. We look at Google Trends and what one can do with Google Trends. And next to me is sitting Andrea Fasullo. Let me briefly introduce him. Andrea Fasullo works as a researcher at the Italian National Institute of Statistics, the ISTAT, in Rome. His research activities are related to modeling and predicting the measurement of the main macroeconomic variables. He has been involved in several projects related to sampling design, small area estimation methods, and census innovation. And probably our network member, Patricia De Nicola, he is the one who is responsible that you are with us. So thank you for coming, and I can recommend a contribution in this book, which Andrea Fasullo wrote, which is extremely interesting from a methodological point of view, and I think you're talking about that a little bit. So the floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Krista, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and present this work, predicting a monthly unemployment rate with the Google Trends data, made with my colleagues Michele Dalò and Stefano Falorzi. Okay, this presentation is divided in two main parts. In the first part, I will introduce the aim of the work with some detail about the Google Trend instrument and the software used to download the data. In the second part, I will focus on the case studies, and I will show you the first results, and at the end, I give you some conclusion and comments. Okay, so the aims is to investigate the performances of this kind of data because we know that it's very important to demonstrate the statistical validity of this data, and so we should use this kind of data inside our production of official statistics, so the integration with other kind of data like sampling data or register data. At the moment, from the literature, we found two ways to use this kind of data. The first point is the use of Google Trends data for the nowcast. Our paper focused on this point, so we try to study the predictive capability of the Google Trends data for the prediction of the monthly unemployment, Italian monthly unemployment rate. We found very interesting other interesting papers about Skitas et al., Choimbarian, Nabuni e Barcucci, and Gisberg et al. The second way is to use Google Trend data inside small area estimation methods model. So some authors use this data as external auxiliary variable inside small area estimators. And we found article from Dalot et al., Pratesi et al., and Marchetti et al. So for those that don't know Google Trend, this is the homepage. I will briefly show you the main characteristic. So we can set the country for which we want to limit the time series. We can set the period of interest. The time series starts from 2004, our weekly data. We can choose categories. So there are default categories given by Google, like jobs, art, and other categories and subcategories. And at the end, we can choose if we are looking for web search, or image search, or Google shopping search, or news search. Okay. And we can choose two different kind of time series. We can choose time series coming from one category, or we can choose time series adding a keyword, or we can use a category and we can add also a keyword. There are some differences and similarities for the two indices. If we download a time series from categories, we have this formula, so we have a relative difference where the denominator is the first time of the series. So in the first time we have 0 and other levels. If we use a search term, so if we add a keyword, we have another index, and we see that it's just a ratio, and the denominator is the time where the maximum volume of the keyword search appears in the time. Okay, because the similarity is that Google never release the absolute volume for the query or for the category, but just standardized indices. Okay. For the software, we decide to use not the website, but a software, the R software. We study different packages, and at the end we choose the Google Trend package that fit our needs. So this function needs to set three parameters: the keywords of interest, the country, and the year. By default, if you don't set an year of interest, the function downloads the whole series available. Okay, so this is talking about our case studies. We try to study the Italian monthly raw unemployment rate, their series from 2004 to 2012. And we study the predictive capability of the Google Trend time series using a query share from keywords. The keywords is offerta di lavoro, that is the Italian translation for job offer, for the same period, 2004-2012. What we want is to have a nowcast for the years 2013 and 2014. We study two different nowcast estimator, the one-step ahead estimator and the three-step ahead estimator. So for the one-step ahead estimator, imagine to start from December 2012, we want to nowcast to predict January 2013, and so on. Sorry. For the three-step ahead estimator, we want to estimate 3 months at a time. So January, February, March, and so on, three months every time. Okay. The methods used are very classic time series methods based on the box-Jenkins approach. So by means these methods we find a benchmark model, a baseline models. The models fitted is a seasonal animal model with order 110011. Okay, so starting from the baseline model, we augmented this model using the Google Trend data and study if this variable improve the auto-sample forecasting. In addition, we try to test and compare the result with Google Trends with other models. Other models where other macroeconomic short-term indicator has been added. We use the industrial production index, the harmonized index of consumer price, the import value, and the export value. So below we find the model. So model 1 is the baseline model, the benchmark model, the seasonal animal model. The model 2 is the benchmark model that includes Google Trend. Model 3 include the industrial production index. Model 4, the harmonized index of consumer price. And so model 5, the import value, and model 6, the export value. Just for the model 2, we have two different formulations as we consider the one-step ahead estimator and the three steps ahead estimator. Considering the one-step ahead estimator, the best model includes the current value of the Google Trends data. While studying the three-step ahead estimator, we use the best model is with a lagged value of Google Trend. Okay, here is more clear. So in the column, we have the different model, so 7 models because the model 2 have 2 different formulations. And you see by the row the different variables that are included in the model. So for the model 2 one step, we see that they use the Google Trend at the t time, while for the model 2 3 steps, we use Google Trend at the time t minus 1. Okay, below we found the very classic indices for the goodness of fit of the model. So the AIC, BIC, a log-like value. Okay, what we note is that the model 2 outperforms all the other estimators in terms of goodness of fit. Below we have the residual diagnostic, so we want to study the distribution of our residual that should follow a normal distribution and should be uncorrelated each other. So and these properties are good for all the models. Okay. So I will show you results for the one step ahead and 3 steps ahead estimator. We use to measure the accuracy, the very classic standard indicators of accuracy, so the mean relative error, the mean absolute relative error, and the root mean square error. We study, as I said before, the 2013 and 2014, and in the table below we see that we studied this year separately and together, because we know that the last year, the 2014, is very difficult to predict, and we won't see this difficulty. So, as you see, the model 2, so the model with Google Trend, have very good value for these 3 indices. Also the model for the first indicator, very good performance also for the model 1, model 5, and model 6. But overall, the best results is for the model 2. Also for the 2014, we have the best indices, the best value, and we see this difficulty to predict the true value, a very higher value of these indices. And if we look at the average between the 2 years against the model 2, seems to be the best model. For the 3-step ahead estimator, we have very similar results, but not the same, because again, for the 2013, the model 2 have good performance again, but for the 2014, maybe the results are very close model 2 and the model 4, but I see a better result for the model 4. But again, if we consider the average of the two here, we see very close results. But maybe the model 2 seems to outperform the other models. Okay, and what we expected is that the 3-step IED estimator show best results compared with the 1-step IED estimator. But I will show you later. Okay, here we have the plot of the nowcast. So the blue line is the true value, the labor force value for the year 2013 and 2014, so 24 points. The red line is the model including Google Trend, and the black line is the model including the harmonized index for the consumer price, so the second best model. What I see is that the two series are very close, but when they wrong, I see that the red point is closer to the blue point. When they wrong together, the red point seems to be closer to the true value than the black point. And for the last 12 points, we see this difficult to predict the blue point. Okay, for the 3-step ahead, what I tried to say before, predicting more time simultaneously, what we have is a smoothed version of the series. So it's a very close, more closer to the average of the two values, so we have better results, but a very more smoothed series. And again, the points are very close, but when they wrong, the red point seems to be closer to the blue point. Okay, so what we are planning to do in the next future is to study a more short series, so based just from the year from the 2004 and 2006, and try to predict from 2007 to 2014. We want to study models with regional information because Google Trend, for example, using the Italian data, allow to download series for the 20 regions, and we will try to use this information. We want to study also the labor for seasonal adjustment series. That should be interesting. And the last point is already an ongoing process, try to more complex models, and is a study that are developing the Professor Naccarato, Stefano Valorzi, and Andrea Pierini using a Beck and Bar model, so that take into account the correlation between the series, so the stationarity. Concluding, what we understand by this work is that we see very good performance for the ARIMA model when the Google Trend data are used, better result that the model when we use other leading indicator. For sure, we think that this edge could be used by the National Statistical Institute to improve the preliminary estimates for some very classic statistics. And we know that both the National Statistical Institute and Eurostat should invest in the next year on this specific research, improving the skills and the expertise in different kind of area. And as my colleague said before, it's very important to solve the legal problem related to this kind of data. Maybe Google Trend is the most easy way to use this kind of data, but it's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Can you turn off and stay with me? For this interesting approach. So that was a little bit different approach, different level, but I think for a lot of labor market observatories, your work is extremely important. And so we did not see only how to use the source, we had also some approaches in our methodological and quality questions. So this is already good input, and I can recommend to join the consulting group or the advice group. The advice group #1 in this afternoon, Andrea will be in this group. And if you have further questions and if you're approaching topics with such models, please feel free to get to talk to him and exchange with him. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I want to say something to the gifts. So as the network has the 10th anniversary, and the network was founded in Frankfurt 10 years ago, so we thought it might be nice to bring a German product to the 10th anniversary. So this is a Villeroy and Bock cup with the motifs from Frankfurt. So we brought this as a birthday gift, as an explanation. So now we are not that happy because we had counted on Ivana Pais. She's an expert on social media and how to use social media and explore them for labor market research. She broke her leg and she could not come. So she said she tried, but she's not showing up, so she won't be with us. This is not that nice for us, so the best wishes to her, the people who know her, but I would like to recommend, if you would make yourself knowledgeable on the topic of social media, and this is really in its infancy, there are 2 articles in the book this year. So I would recommend an article from Mattia Martini. He did some survey on the usage of social media, and also the very nice article of Renato and his team. So have a look in there, and that will provide you with some basic ideas. And also there's an article of a Russian group in there. I don't know their names by heart, but you will find. And they also write about the recruiting process using the social media. Very interesting and something which we should keep in mind. So this is also the end of my moderation, and now we switch, and now you get a new moderator, Ron McQuaid.
Hello, thank you very much, Krista. Well, we're now moving into a session where we're looking at how to improve practice. So we're going to have 3 examples of good practice from various parts of Europe, and we'll go through each of these, starting off with the Netherlands, where Harry Piepers is going to present on the use of big data from multiple sources in the social domain. So over to you. Nearly progress.
Good morning. My contribution will go about the use of big data in the social domain. It's a little other approach because we approach this question from the point of existing registers we have in the Netherlands in a great amount available, and they are used by, can be used by research institutes. I first want to inform you about the legal framework for the use of personal data in the Netherlands. Then I talk about the practice and possibilities in using big data from communities and governmental organizations. Then I'll present in short a case study for a city of 100,000 inhabitants
we performed in 2013. Then I'll tell you something about the data and the data processing technologies we use. And at the end, I'll go back to the case study and tell something about the findings from that specific study. In the Netherlands, the use of personal data from for other purpose than they were originally gathered is prohibited. But there is an unless. Unless they are, for example, used to establish the right to social benefits. On a great scale, data are exchanged in the Netherlands to establish and control these rights. An example for that is that there is a connection to the central database where cars are registered in the Netherlands, and if your car has a certain amount of value that is above the right for social benefits, you have to sell that car. And a second reason why you can use existing registers is for historical, statistical or scientific research. In the Netherlands, we have a population register, and in the law on that register, this article is, you can find this article back. It's evident that the principles of subsidiarity and proportionality are not violated when you use data. So if you can gather results from research on another way than using personal data, you have to use that method. So you should always clarify authorities about the aims of the research, and in some cases you have to have they have to give you a yes to to use these data. For example, in the city of Amsterdam, there is a registration committee which waits requests for using data from registers. And as always, the results of a study may not be reducible to individual natural persons. So this is the legal framework in which we operate. Nowadays, it's possible for a research company, for example, for my own research company, but also for research that's done in clinics, in hospitals, that under strict condition, it's possible to access existing data sets in encrypted form from the Central Bureau of Statistics. And you can merge them, these data, with local data. There's always a form of encryption used. You have to work with basically register sets, for example, unemployment sets or health sets or tax income sets. So it's not always easy to redirect this to the local to local research, but it is possible to do so. It's also possible to use different data sets from one governmental supplier using privacy statements. So if we conduct a research for municipalities, and we have done more than 200 in the last 10 years, we always sign a privacy agreement and an agreement on the use of the population register. And the last possibility is that you can use different data sets from different clients using both privacy statements and encrypted data. And in the case study, I'll show you we used encryption from personal information and merged these. If you use the same hash code to encrypt a personal data, you can merge them to a research file again. I'm going to talk about a survey in 2014 for the city of Leeuwarden, 100,000 inhabitants in the north of the Netherlands. The aim of the study was to map the number of local clients on an annual basis after the transition of some nationwide services. We have had a transition of nationwide services to the local governmental authorities. Likewise, it was in Denmark for 1 or 2 years the purpose. So, for example, youth, justice, and some forms of care were transferred from the national authorities to the local authorities. We also used the study to determine the need for personal information for the various services that have to be performed on a local district and not longer on a nationwide district. So if you know that you're going to get 55 clients who need specific benefits, you also can calculate the amount of personal information that you have to hire to perform these tasks for you. And we also used this study to calculate the amount of money, not very important of course, in terms of transferred program costs to the local government after the transition. When we have in the Netherlands, we have the National Care Authority, and for every diagnosis treatment, a certain amount of money is calculated. So if you know how many of these services come into the local governmental range, you can also calculate the amount of money that will be transferred to you. After, of course, a shortage because there was a cut in transferring national money to local money. For this specific study, we used the following data sets: the population register of the city of Leeuwarden, there's 100,000 inhabitants, 4 municipal registers concerning social benefits, care, sheltered work, and debt solving, 1 regional register concerning mental care, that's a regional GGD information, 1 regional register concerning nationwide care, that is the nationwide care which was transferred to the local domain, and 1 register concerning youth justice care to be transferred also to the local domain. What we do when we start this type of research is that we, from the population register, we aggregate individuals to households. And now I have to switch. In a second step, we yes.
3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. That's not enough, but I'll try my best. I'll do my best. Okay, this is a sample of a population register. In this case, it's a sample from the city of Hilversum, but it doesn't matter. It's only yes, I don't see it on my screen, but that's a personal number, date of birth, gender, partner number, the native code, country, parent 1, parent 2, so that we can determine whether someone is allochthone, born in the Netherlands, born in Western Europe, not in Western Europe. And we have also the number of the postal code and the zip code and the area where someone lives. And we also can adjust types of dwellings. We also can adjust the type of dwelling to this. No. Yep. Yes, but where? No. This one. This one. And here I have a sample of. Yeah. It's not working. No, I don't need this one. I want to go back to my presentation because I'm running out of time. This one? I have to go to sheet number 8 or 9. Okay, so after merging these files, you get a data file which consists of the household and the household type to which someone belongs. And as we merge the individual benefits that somebody has to it, you get a data file with on one hand all the households in the city, and on the other hand all the benefits that are granted to these households in the period for over 1 year. And maybe I could show that last one to give an insight about the way this is leads to results. So I have to, no, not the presentation, City of Leeuwarden. This one. The second, no, the second one. And it takes some time, but yeah. This one. And the result is that we see the household, the age of the elders in the age of the elders in the household, the type of household, multi-person without children, single person household, multi-person with children, the gender, the neighborhood, the city. Zip code, district, and here in this part you see the specific benefits a family has used in a period over a year. On income, 3 or 4 registers. On care, 3 or 4 registers. On mental care, yes or no. And in the last, and on youth care, yes or no. And in this last, file the number of different benefits, contains the number of different benefits. So we can approach this data warehouse, because that's what it is, and select from any variable and make relations to the other variables on any level, on the level from the side from a single parent, from the side of a district, from the side of the use of youth justice care, from the side of income benefits, and so on. And that's a technique. We first used it in 1989. And for example, we also worked for the city of Amsterdam, which is the capital in our country. We do a lot of these researches. We can adjust also an unemployment register to it. We did so, and in one experiment, that's also already 10 years ago, but we had some police registers also merged to these kinds of files.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed, Harry, because we've got three people, but that's been very useful. And I think if you want further information in the panels, peer advice groups, Harry will be in one of them, and also of course at lunchtime, which will be another half hour, we'll be able to, you can ask Harry for specific details. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Now, we've got the second of our three speakers. It's Giorgio Vernoni, who is going to talk about the information as a development factor for agency service. Giorgio is replacing Agostino De Maio, who wasn't available today.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for this invitation. I speak on behalf of Mr. Di Maio, who sends you his best wishes for today's conference. Well, I will try with my speech to give you a different point of view, how data, not necessarily big, can help business association in its goals and a specific industry, in particular the agency work industry. A few words about Assolavoro. What do we do? Assolavoro is the National Association of Private Employment Agencies. It officially represents the main staffing companies that account for about 85% of the overall agency work industry in Italy. Is the official member of Eurocea. There is an international association who does the same things that we do in Italy, and is currently developing a data lab. It's my work, which is a research and statistical unit on agency work to support the specific goals of the association at institutional level. It's an important detail. And the mission is to promote and develop a proper quantitative representation on agency work, mainly throughout official sources. So we are speaking about sample and administrative sources, structured ones. Agency work, what it is and how it works. Agency work is a triangular relationship between a company, an employee, job seeker, and authorized agency, in Italy are authorized by the Ministry of Labor, in which employees are formally hired by the agency and then assigned in different missions and coordinated within the company's organization. In this triangular scheme, the agency has basically a commercial relationship with the company and an employment relationship with the employee, with the job seeker. Overhead costs of the scheme, agency's costs, are totally charged on the client companies, and of course there is no cost or fee for the worker. Important detail, according to different national regulation, agency work can be either temporary or open-ended. For open-ended means that the worker is permanently hired by the agency and then goes to work in different companies, during the year. And it was introduced in Italy in 1997 and further regulated in 2003 by the so-called Legge Biagi. Some peculiarities of the Italian model. There is a specific sectoral collective agreement on agency work, so not agency work in industry or in the services or IT, but there is a specific collective agreement. A strong bipartite welfare system, which is totally funded through non-public resources, basically are supplementary contributions. Third peculiarity is, as I told you, open-ended agency work. So the work is hired permanently by the agency. And the news from 2003 on is that following the Biagi reform, private employment agencies have deeply articulated the range of services, including, in particular, active labor market policies. Some facts and figures. There are only 81 agencies authorized in Italy. It's a peculiarity. In Britain, for example, there are hundreds, thousands of different agencies. In Italy, we have a model which is basically driven by the legislator. The overall revenues were about 6.25 billion euros last year. There are 2,600 branches and 11,000 employees. Last year, there were about 200,000 full-time equivalent workers on agency work. So this is the dimension of the market. And 1.4 million individual contracts. This is new data that we are collecting from the Ministry of Labour. I'll tell you something more about this. Most of these contracts are made in the industry, 49% in all the services. Interesting thing, 50% are made with people younger than 25. In a country where there is an youth unemployment rate of above 40%, this is an important detail. And some words about this data, about the 1.4 million contracts. These are data that have been published for the first time in July by the Ministry of Labour. These are administrative data that comes from something is called comunicazioni obbligatorie, compulsory communications on individual contracts that all the employer have to send to local authorities. And the Ministry of Labour is making sort of a pool at national level where all these data are gathered. And for the first time in July, these data have been published on agency work. And they have sort of certified the role of private employment services as the main actors in work-related transition processes. Because these contracts have an incidence on all the contracts signed in Italy of above 12% last year. If you consider that 3/4 of the contracts signed in Italy are actually generated by informal mechanism, this is a very important detail. And it's an example of what kind of data, what kind of evidence do we need to make our institutional activities. What's the rationale of agency work and how it's been represented so far? We are trying to intervene to influence this representation. In Italy, agency work has been commonly represented from an economic point of view as flexibility at the margin, mainly used to manage production peaks, absences, and seasonalities. This is the current lecture of agency work in Italy. As I told you, and I showed you some evidence from the legal point of view, the model developed in Italy and consolidated from 2003 onwards has actually turned the agency in organizational partners of companies offering a wide range of services. So temporary and open-ended agency work, permanent search and selection, training, development and transition, and the last news is something called recruitment process outsourcing, where basically medium-sized company outsource completely the HR department to a private agency. Agencies are also getting a major role in active labor market policy schemes, which are often integrated or substituted to public employment services. So this is a huge, wide range of services, and we are far beyond the only temporary agency work rationale. What is our point of view why do we need data to demonstrate and to fulfill our goals as an institutional, as a business association? Our goal is to measure and show this evolution of private employment services from the flexibility at the margin model to what we call sustainable flexibility, in which agencies play, using a wide range of services, a buffer function, a cushion between the labor demand and in the labor demand and supply process, and can reconcile flexibility for enterprises and continuity for workers. This is our goal in this moment. We do need data on this specific issue. So we are sort of posing questions, and we hope that the research that you will do in the next years will help us to get the answers. The rapid growth of open-ended agency work is an explicit indicator of the transition to this sustainable flexibility model. I'd like to show you this. These are data that have not been shown in Italy until now. This is the incidence of open-ended, so with no end, agency work on the total of agency work in Italy. Was just 1% in 2008. It reached 5% at the end of last year, and now is almost 6% while we're speaking. So this is an example of the kind of indicator that we need. And we got it from a bipartite fund, which is Formatem, that besides will be here tomorrow morning, I think. And we elaborated this data to get this kind of evidence. So which informations do we need? These are sort of the messages and the questions that we're posing. As I told you, from an institutional representation point of view, next efforts will focus basically on sort of study the unemployment, employment, and temporary permanent transition patterns. For this purpose, we need basically administrative data. The example that I made on compulsory communication is important because we expect that this new source will help us to sort of describe the patterns, the pathways that workers do from agency work, temporary or open-ended, to other forms of employment. So this is our goal from the association point of view. What's the story behind and after those 1.4 million contracts signed last year? From the agency's point of view, the needs are clearly different. Agencies do a different activity. But we can sort of point out 3 specific needs that are going to be increasingly important in the next future. The first is working on employability profiles of workers to correctly determine characteristics, intensity, and cost of services. Again, longitudinal analysis of big longitudinal data set is what we need. We have to understand how long does it take to replace a person with a certain path in the past from the employment point of view. How long does it take to employ again? Because on this information, agencies set the precise costs of the activity. Labor demand and forecast at micro and local level is, of course, for commercial purposes. We saw before some examples from CRISP on this kind of tools. So try to study labor demand and its characteristics from the sectoral and also job profiles point of view at a very local and precise level. Third, of course, monitoring and impact evaluation. This is more related to active labor policy schemes. We have to understand, also in this case for mainly, I would say, economic sustainability reasons, we have to understand if the schemes that we are implementing on active policies are working or are not working. This is it's very important. For all these purposes, it is clear the sources that we need are basically structured administrative data. The unstructured sources are also important, but from an institutional point of view, they are not yet recognized. Sincerely speaking, we cannot go to a parliamentary commission and use non-structured informal data. So we are working basically on still on sample data and administrative data, because of course data that comes from the pensions or the Ministry of Labor can be spent at official level. But we hope that in the future also unstructured and other sources will help. From this point of view, we expect from the research community some hints, some suggestions in order to use unstructured data for our institutional purposes. For this moment, I'm done. This is my email in case of questions. Thank you.
We're getting ready for the next speaker. Present you your.
Thank you. The cap. I use it tomorrow morning.
Good. Well, now we have our third and final good practice example from Pietro Mattini on big data, the monsters experience, trends and development perspectives. So we've now got a monster presentation to finish us off before lunch.
Yeah, I hope to be quick. So thank you very much for the invitation to participate to this event today. I'm speaking today on behalf of Monster. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Monster. We are a multinational company that is currently operating in more than 40 countries in the world, and that was originally founded in the US in 1994. So from a digital era perspective, as long as we are leader in the online recruiting services, it's like a couple of centuries. 20 years, it's a really a long time. But during this period, Monster basically somehow created the world of the online recruiting, and then we grew up together with the market, and we followed up the developments of the market, especially from a technological perspective. So we know which trends are available in the market and that occurred in the past, and we know that actually the usage of big data is something that is really increasing in the world of the recruiting. Actually, I will start with this comic that I found on a French website that I think that it's really giving an idea of how the market is seeing the usage of big data, because it looks like that big data should be something that could solve all the issues that the market is having. Because for the job seeker, big data means that sites should be able to provide the best offer in the world, a sort of heaven where the job seeker will find the best placement to be. While for the recruiter, actually, this is something that it's going to help them to do nothing in the end, because the websites are going to find the best candidates for their needs, the best talents. Here in the comic, it's talking about ships with 5 legs, and that is how actually our customers, so the companies that are looking for people, are approaching the big data world. But the point is that currently the market is facing some issues that are definitely needing help, and that big data could be really a solution for. Because for sure, the main concerns that the market is facing and that employers are facing from their perspective are related, for example, to the fact that they are overloaded with data. They have a lot of data to manage, and at the moment there are very few solutions to handle that in a proper way. Usually when they have to search for CVs or search for people, they use very basic technologies like manual Boolean searches. They have to face a big fragmentation of the CV sources. And also from a seeker perspective, this means, a job seeker perspective, this means that at the moment it's very difficult to bypass what is a natural subjectivity of the recruiter, because in the end it's difficult to let objective facts emerge in a recruiting process. And at the same time, as long as employers are facing a lot of CVs coming on their desk, it's also true that there are a lot of unscreened candidates, which means that there is a big potential for employers that still it's not fully leveraged. So as long as in the end the recruiting is about matching people, it's just that you have job seekers on one hand and recruiters on the other hand, you have a process that is, most of cases it's a manual process that it's including starting from the application by the job seeker, but then you have a CV search, you have a CV review, you have a CV candidates comparison, and also candidate management. The point that the market is facing and that Monster is trying to address with our experience and with our solutions is how can technology improve this process? And this is a long story in the end, because if you take the last 20 years, that was actually the period that Monster was operating in the market in, we had some technological impacts on the recruiting process. So at the very beginning, in the first 10 years, so starting from 1995 to 2005, the technology in the recruiting area was mainly focused on the processes related to the job posting and the applications. So it was the period where we had the first job boards taking ground on the market, and that was really the moment where we were having the first websites displaying jobs on the web. Then, in the period between 2005 and 2015, the focus switched more to the usage of intelligence technologies applied on the CV search. So how can we extract better information out of the CVs, and how this can help actually the recruiters in their daily processes. Now, what is the current landscape? The current landscape is that we have new technologies coming, and that's definitely having an impact on the recruiting market, because we are seeing the increase of the usage of big data, as we said, and analytics, but also the usage of social media and the usage of cloud and mobile technologies. And here we come to Monster, because as Monster, I said we started operating in 1994, but actually we evolved along with the market, and we also changed our proposition during this period. So right now our biggest goal is actually to be where jobs are and where people are. Our main goal is really to be a player that is able to help the matching between jobs and people on a global level. And in order to do that, we developed solutions that are actually aiming to help recruiters on three main areas. So the first one is for sure the one that is related to finding the candidates, so solutions that are helping the employers to find the best talents that are available in the market for their recruiting campaigns. But also we are trying to help them to streamline their campaigns and their activities from a recruiting perspective. And in order to streamline a campaign, we also are developing solutions that are aiming to provide a better understanding of what they are doing, and a real help that is aiming to support the fact that they can take informed decisions and improve their return on investment. So we developed solutions in three main areas in the end. So solutions in the area that we call the reach area, so products and services that are mostly technological ones and that are aiming to help the employers in promoting their jobs and their recruiting campaigns to the biggest audience of seekers that is available in the market. On the other hand, we developed also solutions that are related to the connections area. So real solutions that are helping the single employer to find the single job seeker and get in touch with him. And finally, what we call actually the solutions that are software services and software solutions that are aiming to support the recruiting processes from a technological perspective and to help the employers to find the best response to their needs from a recruiting management perspective. One of the main technologies that are behind this strategy is actually what we call our sixth sense search technology. And here we go to the main topic of the discussions today, so how to approach big data and how to approach big data from a recruiting perspective. As Monster, this is for sure the first step that we took in this area, because that is basically a semantic technology that was developed by a startup that Monster acquired in 2008, and that was used as a base to develop a lot of solutions within our portfolio. This is a semantic technology that is applied to the recruiting world, which means that this is a technology that is able to search on the meaning of the words related to CVs and jobs. It's able to understand job titles, skills, industries, education, and so on, and to understand the hierarchy of the concepts. So, for example, that's particularly important for the CVs because so far, of course, we focused on the job postings area, but if the world of the job posting is something that is really made of unstructured data in the end, you can imagine how more unstructured data you can find in a CV world, because in the end, every single CV is different than each other. So the importance of this technology is that we found a way to extract information and understand the information within the CVs. So, for example, we can distinguish personal information from information about the companies or information about the experience of the candidates. And of course, this was useful for us to develop real services for the customers, because in the end, this solution was applied to different products that are related, for example, to the CV search. So the CVs that are available in Monster can be searched with this technology. Actually, currently this technology is available in English, French, Dutch, and German. And also the same technology is applied on the job seeker part of the site. So in those languages, also job seekers can search for jobs using this semantic technology. Then the next step was to use this technology really on the customer's big data, because we developed what we call the Monster Cloud Search, that is a way to search for information in all the different databases that a customer, so a company, might have. So it's not only the Monster database, but also private database, but also email addresses, for example, or even internal databases. And we are able to have a sort of unified dashboard against these databases for the customer that is running on this semantic search technology, that is also used to develop then analytics tool, then CRM tools that are streamlining the processes for the customers. Then, this is really something new for us, but also for the market. We started approaching also the usage of big data in the biggest web world. So one of the last moves that we had as Monster was the acquisition of this startup that is named Talembin, that is providing actually a very interesting solution that is really strong in the ACT market in the end, because this is able to work on the big data environment applied on the different communities and blogs and social media that are available on the net, related to especially on the ICT world. So what the technology is doing is making searches against those public databases, and this is then helping the recruiters to find qualified people within those databases by providing information about those people. So that was really useful, especially in the ICT market, because as you know, these are is a market made of very qualified people that may not visit job boards, may not be willing to post their CVs on public databases, but they are still willing to display their capabilities on communities. So with this technology, we are able to find potential employees for customers in this ICT area by leveraging on the information that are available in the public communities and forums and social media like this. And finally, this is the next step for Monster, is the fact that we are transforming our proposition in order to really be able to support the job market on a global level. So our final aim is to be able to display on our site all the jobs that are available on a global level in the US, but also in Europe. And by doing so, we would like to do so by aggregating jobs from career sites, but also from the social media, for example. This is an effort that is already in place in some countries, that is still in progress, but that's definitely leading us to really offer to our site, on our site, the vast majority of the job offers that are available on the market. So, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Frankfurt. Thank you. Well, just two more short things before we finish. So, we've had a whole morning of fascinating talks, really, really interesting, especially this session and also the other sessions. So I've learnt a lot myself. However, this afternoon is when you get the chance to debate and discuss with people in depth. And so we have 3 panel peer advice groups that are going to meet from 2:15 to 3:45. So an hour and a half of discussion with the experts and others. What we do is, can you meet outside in the foyer just outside of here at 2:15, but please be on time. And there'll be 3 people who will take you to the various rooms for the meetings. And on the inside back page of your program, you'll see the 3 groups. The first group is on the sources of big data and their utilization. And Fabio, could Fabio stand up? Fabio will take anybody who wants to go to that to the room. The room has been changed. It's in building U7, but it's now in the Paganini room on the 3rd floor, U7. U7. So there's a room change. So please follow Fabio. The second meeting is on methods and procedures for ensuring the quality of big data, because garbage in equals garbage out. So we know that if bad quality data go in, it's pretty useless for anybody. And Mirko will lead people to the second meeting at 2:15. The final group is on legal and ethical issues of working with big data. Huge issues here. People are having the data taken without their permission, perhaps, being used in different ways. So Sylvia, who will stand up, and she will take you to the 3rd group. So that's the 3 groups. And can you please make sure you're on time, because the groups will leave the foyer at 2:15. Not your meeting there, they're leaving at 2:15. Another final point on that is that the experts in each of these groups, the number of experts listed on the back page, they can come and get their guidance from the moderator, if they come and get their guidance before 2:15 from the moderator. The 3 moderators are, for group 1, Daniel Kannert. Daniel, so you come to Daniel. For group 2, you'll come to me. So if you're an expert in group 2, come to me and I'll give you your sheets. And if you're in group 3, then the moderator is Patrizia. So there you are. So you can come to us and you'll get your handouts. That's only for the experts. Now, last thing before lunch, we need to know, where do we go for lunch? So the final part of this session is to give you the most important information of the day. Where do we have lunch?
Hi, just a few indications. In your folder, you found a document where we suggested you some places where to have lunch. I didn't indicate that. At the first floor, there's the student canteen where you can have lunch, okay, if you don't want to go out because of the weather. So you are free to go around or to go to the first floor. Then, if someone has problems with the Wi-Fi, please refer to me. And finally, the streaming. This event is on streaming on the website streaming.com, Unimib.It. If you want to have more information, please ask me. And it's going to be available on demand during the future. So enjoy your meal and see you later.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jan Brzozowski, and I have the honor and pleasure to moderate the discussion on the results of the working groups. Okay, so in this morning and early afternoon, we had fantastic presentations, papers on various approaches to big data, usage, application. I particularly liked two contrasting papers of Andrea and Mario. The first one was more academic and presented how big data can be used basically for more researchers application, and Mario's presentation was showing how it can be a user-friendly approach for an average user also in the case of Wall-E platform. But now we will discuss the results of the three working groups, and as the time is running really short and we needed more time than expected to discuss on those issues, I would firstly ask all the representatives of the group if they could, because initially it was 10 minutes, if they could shorten it a little bit so we have more time for discussion. So I think we can start immediately with the group 1, sources of big data and their utilization, and then in the ascending order, so group 2 and group 3. So group 1 representative is Daniel, yes?
Yes.
So Daniel, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm going to present you a brief overview over what we discussed in group 1, sources of big data. I'm going to keep it really short. And it's going to be rather unstructured because of time issues, apparently. And the first thing I want to mention, what the whole discussion actually went about, was maybe extracting some information about skill requirements in the labor market from big data. That was basically our starting point, and then what everything basically circled around. We came to some major issues. The first one was multiple times discussed was duplications, and then dealing with text as data source and the problems which arise from such kind of data, in contrast to classical data such as just numbers and statistics and so on. Not going to go into details here. Then we had a second point, which then basically came out of that, was that you have to, in a way, process and structure data to further work with it and to get actually information, and then in another step, knowledge from raw data, and then discussed how far we have to go with these steps and what can we do with data that is so and so raw and so structured. There was a rather technical discussion. I'm going to leave this out of here, but important then was the difference between duplicates and synonyms, which are two different concepts when dealing with raw data and further processing them. Okay, let me see. A goal could be building occupational clusters based on skill requirements extracted from big data sets, which could lead to further analysis of these clusters, for example, using skill levels as a viewpoint. Next point was rather on a higher abstract level, was something that I noted. Although sources are rich, big data doesn't tell you everything. You still have to have an understanding of what you are researching and what you want to know and what the data provides. You can't just grab the data and then analyze in the blue. You still have to have an understanding and have complementing research, maybe in form of qualitative research or other methods, to get deeper understanding out of the data you are obtaining. Then we had the problem of scale, so to say. Big data has maybe an inherent risk of oversimplification and generalization and leaving out regional or local aspects. So when you gather information about Germany, you may have a very broad scope and very broad information, but that maybe doesn't tell you something about specifics of different regions, which you have to look, of course, maybe in the same data set or with different data sets, but at least with a different view on the data. That led us to the discussion about the quality of data. Then we made a point of quality doesn't equal quantity, although we are talking about big data. So the mass of data is, of course, always nice, and you can get a lot of it. But you have to get a deeper understanding, and like you said, you have to really grasp the substance and the essence of the data you're dealing with. Where is it coming from? What does it tell you? What doesn't it tell you? What have to be aware of when dealing with this data? This is something you have to have an understanding of. The issue of standards was raised, which are apparently, of course, missing because the data is just scattered and raw, not in the form of standardized data sets you are currently obtaining maybe from national agencies or something like that. This is something you don't have when dealing with internet data, which of course is problematic and requires further steps. Then the last thing to mention was that at least when dealing with big data and having several issues and problems and so on, big data might be a way to provide LMI for a broader audience at a reasonable cost. That's it.
Okay, then thanks a lot for your contribution and contribution of your group. I suggest that we leave the discussion for all three groups for the end. So because there might be also some overlaps and questions which will be directed to all the representatives of the group. So if we can go straight to the results of group number 2, Ron.
Right, thank you. It's again with a very interesting discussion. Mainly the experts were from public employment services or statistical offices of national bodies, National Public Employment Service or whatever. We had considerable overlap between what people were doing in big data and how they were using it, but there were also quite a lot of differences. But mainly the big data was being used for establishing the labour market conditions and comparing labour market conditions, improving information on that, and secondly, to some degree, matching individuals to vacancies, but that tended not to be discussed so much in our group. Just taking a couple of examples of where big data was being used was currently in issues like commuting data, etc., which links up to other agenda like smart cities and is quite important for the labour market, is how far do people commute, when do they commute, how can you improve the commuting. The thing about big data is it actually there's a feedback mechanism, so whenever you do change things, by providing the information, you do get feedback, and that itself changes the information. There's also web scraping for e-commerce, so it's an interesting idea of finding out from the web how many companies there are, what the characteristics of the company are, and then comparing those to national data. And that was quite an interesting issue of using big data to actually verify or check your existing official data. Another one was for forecasting or nowcasting of employment using web search data. But in addition, big data was used for small area statistics at a regional level to some degree, although I'll come back to some of the problems with that later on. The other main use of big data at the moment seemed to be on looking at the level of the labour market. So vacancies divided by short-term unemployed. So what's the scale of vacancies compared to the number of people looking for jobs? And there are a number of problems with calculating vacancies. And generally, we use survey data, but there was quite a lot of discussion about using big data to calculate and estimate the number of vacancies. However, in doing so, this raised a number of challenges for big data because there's a number of considerable biases in big data. Biases may be in sector. You get a lot of IT vacancies, but very few vacancies in low-skilled agricultural work. There's also biases maybe by educational level, more vacancies by higher educational level than lower education level, maybe biases by geography, etc. So how do we actually try to deal with some of these biases? And one of the issues was the need for continued high-quality surveys so that we can then weight the big data more correctly to get more unbiased results. And so basically the conclusion of this is that we still need big surveys, but the surveys that we're using are not just the current ones of vacancies, etc., but we should be asking in these surveys questions that relate to the use of big data, so we can deliberately, explicitly try to improve the use of big data. Other challenges, I'll just list them very quickly, but the issue of relevancy and reliability of big data, mentioned before, you often get relevance but not reliable, and vice versa, and then the perennial problem of garbage in, garbage out if we don't get good quality data. The problem of removal of duplications remains, and one example was given where a Swedish municipality had 1,000 nurses working in the area, but had 5,000 nursing adverts from the public employer. So clearly a lot of those were duplications, but they were presumably deliberately designed to appeal to different types of people, different locations, etc., and therefore they're quite difficult to actually remove those duplications. However, by using survey data, you know the exact number of vacancies from that employer in that area, so you can actually test your big data against real data. There's also blind spots in information and about new vacancies, etc. And then quite a large area about defining labour market characteristics and classifications. For instance, we use skills, what type of skills, how do you measure skills, competences, occupations, etc. And then what's the level of occupation, what's the level of skill, etc. that you should be using. And the slight danger is we've got to be careful about big data driving what we measure, so because big data pulls out skills in certain ways, that's what we're going to use, rather than saying what do we need to use and how, and that's what we should be trying to measure. There are constant things like what do you mean by terms like leadership and adverts, etc., and how do you actually include that in your skills portfolio. And there's also an issue of relative importance of some characteristics versus others. So it may be the job requires 5 characteristics and sort of Superwoman or Superman would have all of these, but really only 1 or 2 are absolutely essential, and sometimes that can be quite difficult to measure what's the absolutely essential job characteristics, rather vacancy characteristics that the employer requires from an applicant compared to others. There's another couple of challenges where the time lags. If labour market is very tight, employers may over-advertise. So we know that in a tight labour market, you may get an overestimation through big data, and that hopefully these will be caught by duplications, but not necessarily. There's also an explosion in big data adverts. So I think one example was given in an area of 7,000 to 90,000 in 12 months, which clearly doesn't reflect the real labour market. And again, as we've said, there's the issue of potential biases. So finally, very quickly, the way forward would be regional level is crucial for labour force data, but the problem is getting reliability at local level. And each region needs different combinations of both data and techniques to give reliable estimates and reliable forecasts. And again, a particular example given was Switzerland, but they have very, very small cantons which are relatively immobile labour, so they're particularly difficult. But it is a general thing was where people make decisions on careers, etc., based on regional information in their own regional labour market, and yet that is the area where it's fairly weak at the moment. And big data may perhaps improve regional information, but we have to be careful how we do it. Second thing, just three things. Second thing was how to improve the use of big data. So we may need, we continue to need surveys to help overcome biases, etc., of big data. And we need another interesting technique suggested by Canada Statistics was the need to consider indirect sampling. So for instance, if we're interested in homeless, it's very, very difficult to get data on homeless. There'll be nothing in big data on homeless because on vacancies for homeless people virtually, except in the Big Issue magazine in the UK. But so one technique is to sample what services the homeless use, and that gives you an idea of how many homeless people are based on that. So this is a whole area of indirect sampling, which perhaps there's certain techniques which are available, which may become increasingly relevant if we want to use big data, and we need to be much more aware of these general techniques. And lastly, there's the issues of things like surveillance and ethics. By using people's data and information on this, there are a number of ethical issues. So the summary of big quality issues and the need to consider widely what techniques we are actually using to analyze big data. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Ron for a very extensive and interesting relation. Then Patrizio will relate about the results from group number 3.
Thank you. Group number 3 discussed by legal and ethical issues of working with big data. Of course, all the groups agree on some facts, and that big data are new possibilities, both for the private sectors, commercial organizations, and so on, but even to research institutes, public authorities, universities, and so on. It's like the discovering for us of a new ocean where the water is clean, the temperature is good, and so on, and you can swim long and large and without any problem. But there is even the discovery that 10 meters below the surface there is a kind of monster hidden, and we should try to manage our life with the monster. What kind of monster do we have? First of all, the validity along the time of the big data. For instance, Henry said to us that in the Netherlands, along the life, one of 10,000 citizens change gender along their life. That means that that's a big problem, because you start with a gender, you die with a different gender. Somebody has to happen to your personal data. But of course, Google and Facebook doesn't care this, because you are only an element to sell hotels, restaurants, and some other nice things. It is not clear the value of usage of big data, even considering for the public administration. I am intending for public administration and public institute, because they are collected very often without any clear information to the citizen of what kind of data are collected and for which kind of usage. And so this posed to us as people working in public authorities, mainly people working in public authorities or doing a public job like research, even in the private sector, some kind of questions like the fair use of the the data somebody else collected without not using the correct ethical approach. Sometimes we think that the data protection authorities can supply in our country clear guidelines, but they cannot very often because they don't know what is the border. And therefore, mainly, we discussed about the need to fix from our side, the public institutions, to design a border, telling that we don't do using big data over this line. We stay before this line, because after this point, we don't know really what kind of data we are using and if is ethical, we are going to an ethical usage or not. And this is linked to another problem. Many public authorities are collecting data. For instance, I think to the unemployment offices. They collect data of unemployees for a very valid reason. They are trying to get a job for their customers. But we cannot bet on the fact that that data are really conserved, stored, and managed so that they don't go into some private databases or they escape from our servers and so on. And this is another problem. Of course, I am not interested in selling the data of my customers to external organization, or I should not be interested, but nobody can ensure that my organization is spending enough money to protect the data that I collect on the front line, on the field. So we think that the public administration should start to think, to discuss between them, to think this border, to fix a border. Even because there is another thing that we discussed, is that the citizens normally are not well aware of the value of their personal data. A recent survey in the University of Turin, made through the students of the university, asked what is the value in euros of your personal information? And 30% of the students said 0. And the average said 150 euros. While we know that the personal data for an organization like Google, maybe they have a value 10 times 150 euros. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for contributions, and we still have some, let's say, 15 to 20 minutes for discussion, so I open the floor for questions from the audience. Yep. Please, do we have a mic? Oh, Sophie, thanks. Oh.
Thank you. It's more a comment than a question, but with big data and the fact that the volume of data is grow every hour, every month, the question now probably it's about the next steps with what is called in the US the machine learning, and the fact that they organize and they create machines or technology to extract, to analyze data, because there is so much data for a human to analyze. So they construct software to analyze data, and after just pick someone for humans to say you have to analyze this one. So the question of the capability we have to use the right data we want to, and the question before around which question do we want to analyze with which data. It's probably just the beginning of such questions, I think.
Any other questions? Krista? Marco? Okay.
I have a question. Okay, I have a question to the first group. I was surprised about you saying we agreed on that everybody can get big data from job boards in a reasonable, costly way. I was surprised learning this morning that one needs web crawlers, so a lot of IT technology to extract this data, and then one has very complicated mechanisms to bring unstructured data in structured form. So this is a lot of effort. You need a lot of resources. And if I would take on our own organization, we wouldn't have the resources to do that. I wish we could. But we see that here at an organization where we have interdisciplinary work done, so with informatics, where we have the support of a company to do that. We have also public money in there. So only then it works. So for me, it would be the question. It's interesting, I agree on that, to exploit the information from job boards. But the organizations and most observatories, for them it's that true, do not have the resources and not the specific knowledge. So what can they do if they want to explore? Can we expect in 1 or 2 years that all these techniques which are invented now get more automized, that everybody can pick up on them? Or what is the perspective? How can we handle such a situation?
As you most probably know, I won't be able to answer this question in full detail. But the point was that it's not about, I think, that everybody can now engage in big data research. That was not the point made. But it was bringing labor market intelligence acquired through big data research to a broad audience and deep knowledge while having everything covered in reasonable cost frames. That was, I think, the point made. The other remarks are maybe better answered by those who are already deeply engaged in big data research, which we are, as you just stated, not.
I try to reply shortly to the question of Krista and to the question of the lady. I can't remember the name. Anyway, in 1970s, computers were very expensive technology that was affordable only by big companies. Now, after 30, 40 years, we have a computer in our pocket. So, for sure, in the time being, these technologies that today are quite new will become very popular. I don't know if they will be taught in high school, but anyway. So the question is, how long will it take? I don't really know, but let me say, now we are pioneering these new instruments. We are pioneering the use of, for example, machine learning in classifying job advertisement and extracting information. But after the pioneers have, my opinion, after the pioneers have drawn the path, other people can follow in a more easily way. That's my opinion. I'm a computer scientist and I'm working on machine learning applied to labor market classification.
I have no answer at all on your question. No, I wanted to raise another question in terms of the possibilities to change the data existing all over the internet and whatsoever. My question would be, for example, in terms of, like Patricio mentioned, this idea of changing gender over lifetime. of discriminating in a sense, discriminating in terms of gender, in terms of diversity, whatsoever, and by that change the data or the reality of the data or something like this. So my question would be, I mean, if we are doing research with big data, what do we need to do that on a high quality? Don't we need something like controlling, evaluating, assessing, and so on and so forth? So this is the first question. The second question, which is a bit provocative and maybe it doesn't fit to this discussion at all, but I was reflecting upon the possibility of non-market-driven labor recruiting. I mean, like you could share or you could just exchange knowledge and competences and so on via the internet. So shouldn't we look at that as well? I mean, the internet gives people many, many opportunities to like share their competences without platforms, or not platforms, but at least without companies or agencies or something like this. Thank you.
First, we answer the question, and then the other questions.
I think that we must clarify, especially in a conference like this, a basic point. When we are dealing with big data, we are completely in the scenario of private companies, interest, and utilities. Public, it's outside of this door. Because the provider that use our email, read our email, register our telephone call, are private company dealing with private profits. So they are not public authorities linked to the public interest. They open a new scenario, a new ocean, as you say, Patrizio. And it's very useful to go in this ocean. But we must have clear that we are completely in a private scenario with where the aim is the private profit. The provider are no charitable organization, no public institution. They are private companies that register everything what the people produce for aims of profit. That must be clear. So I think that there is a role specifically of a university like this to educate the people in a sort of transparency of the play. The rule of the play are private. This is the starting point for education in big data, for use of big data. So I think my question the question is not to ask to the public institution, European Commission, to put the limits, privacy and so on, because it's impossible. The scenario is to ask to the private companies to act in terms of social responsibility, CSR. Is another thing, but is a private bargaining because all this scenario of the big data is a private situation.
So maybe you now can comment on these two questions.
Marco, I don't agree a lot with what you said now, because of course big data exists because big firms ask you to pay for the free email with your personal data. Because if you want to use the Facebook, this implies that all the information you put on the Facebook are available, not in the public domain, are available to Facebook, including the picture of your son or the picture of yourself on the beach and so on. And this can be used to sell you the beach clothes and so on. And this is a commercial approach. I would like to recall you that the European Court 2 weeks ago cancelled the agreement between EU and the United States called the Safe Harbor, who allowed the American firms in Europe to collect data, transfer them in the United States and vice versa, of course, but it's unuseful to say that the traffic was 1,000 to 1, in the sense 1,000 from Europe to United States and one back, the backside. Because a citizen made a claim that he was not quite sure that this harbor is safe enough. And in fact, the European Court of Justice cancelled this kind of agreement signed officially a couple of years ago by the President of the United States and by the President of the European Commission. Therefore, I'm not saying that we should put a limit, but the citizen who enter the Facebook or who want to use Twitter and so on, they must have clear what they are giving away, in which way they are paying that service, and for how many years they have to pay for that service. For 1 year, for all the life. The Facebook, for instance, now has a new policy that, or Twitter, I don't remember, telling that you can join Twitter or Facebook, you don't want your information to be diffused, then you pay a year cost to enter. So that's wonderful. Yeah? You are paying for the right not of maintaining your personal data personal. That's unbelievable. You are paying for something which is already yours. It's I don't know. Yeah. It's very hard to me to accept that this is a commercial usage. I see big data like the shop in which in the window you see a beautiful suite. The cost is 100 euros. You enter, you say, I want that suite. And you said, oh no, this is a mistake. The cost, if you really like that one, the cost is 300 euros for you. That's not allowed by the government, you know. And therefore what I am asking, I ask to the public authorities to put a limit of information to the citizens. And the other idea is that linked is that the public research institutes should not use big data without asking how they are collected. Yeah? Because it's just an ethic problem, but we build a society on some ethical principles. And I think that even in the world of the information technology, the ethics still has a role to play. I don't know, maybe I am an old guy. I am sure. Yeah, I am sure that I am not that.
Ron wanted to add something.
Just a couple of wee things, and I think your very interesting points about it is predominantly the big private companies, some of whom have been here today, of course, that will to a large degree control the data. But there's a lot of public data also that's available, and even the commuting one is through cameras, etc. Now there's a lot of ethical problems with surveillance, etc. But there's huge amounts of publicly generated big data. So I think we must be very careful about not giving that away where it infringes anybody's rights or privacy, etc. But I think the public sector do have actually a bit more power than may first appear. The second point was about people individually exchanging, but of course the LETs, which are local exchange and trading schemes, of which many exist, have some use online to actually exchange somebody to paint your house versus a new exchange babysitting, etc. So these do exist, and in fact, in many places there's environmental ones where you can give away things for free. You're not allowed to sell them, but you just give them away in your local community. So if somebody wants an old bicycle, you just put it up in the advert. So I think there's a lot of these very, very small-scale community exchanges, and there are a few that do use labour market, but always the tax authorities get a bit worried, though, when you start exchanging labour without going through a financial system and therefore not incurring taxes.
Okay, I think we are running out of time, so maybe one more short question from Victor. Okay, so if not, thanks a lot for the participants. And I would like to ask Krista for some summarizing.
Oh, I turn. So, you see, we just in the process starting this discussion, and I think one message we got today when we saw, for example, the presentation of this representative from Monster, he showed us what it's already done today, what's possible to combine different, no, this is not mine, different data sources. And so on the long run, and I think in a very pragmatical manner, working on observatories with small resources, we, at a certain point, we also have to use big data. And then the question is, how can we do that competing with such enterprises who cover the market? So this is only one point. The point what I want to make here, all this moral issue, all the technical issues, so there are a lot of open issues, and we have a very fast development in that field. And that's why we would like to suggest, as we are in an early stage getting started to discuss the topic of big data, to do that in a more regular manner. That's why we would like to suggest to build a permanent big data working group, which should, so how does that work? Yeah. Which should in a way continuously and in a very differentiated way monitor the development in the field of big data related labor markets, and then basically channel the knowledge from there directly in the network and in the initiatives, especially the observatories. Because here we need to know systematically, and individuals do not have the resources, not the networks, to do that on a regular basis. So we think that could be an important task for such a working group and the network. And we were thinking who could participate in such a group. So we think for sure the data providers, so for example statistical offices, should be part of such a group, because they have access also to policies, and we think at a certain point we need policies telling us how to go along with big data. We also need people from observatories, because they are the end users and they have the opportunity to find out in what a way the clients really can use big data. And then for sure researchers should join this group with method and a statistical background and statistics and informatics and legal background, ethical background, etc., etc. So basically the idea is to bring different perspectives together in this group, and we think this group should have a rapporteur so that every year when we meet, the rapporteur will let us know what is the state we are currently in. And so the idea is that we get every year at the European Day, which is our rather applied day in our meeting, a report on the state of the art, which is then channeled through documentation, etc., etc. And there's also behind the whole thing the idea that we would like from this group on having strategic partnerships, for example, with CDFOP or with the DG Employment, and having a discourse on the newest developments and the requirements, etc., etc. So this is the basic idea. And if you had already the chance to look in the book, we built up a small scheme based on the articles, and we would suggest to start out with that as a provisional working basis, and we read that from bottom to the top. So what do we need to learn about even in more detail? So which are usable databases for us? Are these still job boards? What type of job boards can and should we focus on? In how far can we use social media? In how far can we use Google Trends, etc., etc.? What are the questions then with the accessibility of this data? So this is the technical issue, this is legal issue, so all these aspects are coming in. So getting more information on that, and if, as you said, Mirko, we will have a fast development. So following this development and also learning if the technology really can get automated at a certain point, and how can we have access to that. The same is true for data extraction. So when do we have automated tools? For whom are they accessible? That's related to the infrastructure, legal aspects, and other business models which are run in the public sphere to provide us with such information. Is that possible, or what's going on in that field? So looking more clearly at that. Third point is the data preparation. We heard some aspects on that today, which is a really difficult process, cleaning. So we only heard the doubling or the duplication, but all the question was validity. So it's a big issue. So we learn from the people here that they have tools, but can one automate these tools also? Can we have included in such tools quality standards at a certain point, etc.? So can we observe that? Then the question of data, if it's extracted, the data analysis. So we will have all huge data stocks at a certain point, and they will grow and grow and grow, and that requires data warehouse solutions. So most of us have such limited resources, not the knowledge to have really on hand, on our side, data warehouse solutions. So how can we solve this situation? What is technically possible? What models are possible? So to keep us on the stake, and the merging of heterogeneous data stocks, etc. All these questions are coming up. And then we are at the question of what to do with the information. So what products can we define? How is the dissemination process? So we worked a lot on communication formats, but we should go further in that, because now we learn in a lot of countries, the national statistical offices, they have wonderful interfaces, but at this point, researchers can use that. The decision makers in the regions, they don't, because it's complicated. There are different requirements. So looking at such a development also further, and not forget, and this is very important for us, the user groups, the decision makers. can we really provide information out of big data which is relevant for users? Because if you are in a discussion on big data, it's always argued that it supports decision makers. So, and we can check if this works out or not. So this is the general idea we have. And so we have already some people who said, okay, they would like to join this group. But this group is open, and tomorrow morning at 8:15, that's the only time slot we have. So at 8:15, everybody who is interested in joining this group is very welcome to join us and talk, and then we will decide how we handle this group. So let me tell you who already is ready to join the group. So from the administration, so Labor and Educational Administration, Andreas Monks from the Arbetsförmedlingen, so the PS in Sweden. Where is he? Is he still with us? He has left. Okay, too bad. So he
to sleep for tomorrow morning.
Probably getting ready. So he will join the group, and bringing in the background from the Labor Administration, Xavier Ramos from Lambide. He's also, yes. Marta Sosnowska. Okay, also from the Labor Administration in Poland. Celko Rajic. Also from the Labor, okay. And Andrea Fosulo. Yes. Okay. From the National Institute of Statistics. So these are the people from the public area, and we think they are really important because they are first-hand on policy development. And so we asked Eugenia, here she is, if she want to become the rapporteur. She nodded her head in a friendly manner, and we were very glad that she wanted to do that. So we have already a rapporteur. And then from research, up to now, Mario Metzenzonica, back there. He for sure has to join such a group. Then we have Moreno here. And Moreno coming from Switzerland, and over the summer he did a great job because he worked strongly on the way how to transform criteria which we have for the traditional research, for quality assessment, how one can transform them that they fit for big data. He wrote a very interesting article on that in the book. So he did a great job, and we think he is very important for such a discussion. And Renato, where's Renato? Renato, he's there for the ethics stuff, and so myself, and these are all, so everybody who is interested is very welcome to join the group. And if we are a big group, it's good because we have so many different topics to monitor. And basically what we plan to do tomorrow morning, finding out what are our major topics, and then divide the work, and then making plans how we want to communicate and what we want to prepare for the meeting next year in Lapland. So that's the working group. So if you're interested, please come tomorrow morning. If you cannot come, let us know if you're still interested. So that's it for today with big data. And in front here we have 3 wonderful members sitting from Lapland. And now the floor is theirs, and they want to give us an invitation. So please come up.
We move downstairs.
Yeah?
Hello, everybody. We came from Finland, northern Finland, Lapland, and from city of Rovaniemi. I'm representing the Regional Council of Lapland. My name is Päivi Holopainen, and my colleague Pirita Jokikaare is also here from the Regional Council, and also Katri Kuusela from the University of Lapland, representing the venue of the next annual meeting. So it will be the 11th annual meeting and the 6th European Day in the north part of Finland. So it will be on the August, on 18th to 19th. So it will be sooner than this year. And the theme of the seminar will be, or the annual meeting, will be digital revolution and its effects on labor. So the subject that we have already discussed today. And also with a small twist of foresight, because we are representing also the foresight network of Lapland. And then I will give the floor to Katri.
Okay. Next year we will be in the University of Lapland, and there's the picture of our university, and I have some information about our university briefly for you. It is the EU's Arctic University. It has been established in 1979 in the Arctic Circle in the heart of Lapland. And in the map you can see the points are all the University of Finland, and the northern one is the University of Lapland. Our research profile is research on people, communities, and the environment in the Arctic and the North. Tourism research with a focus on responsibility, and our focus areas are service design, northern well-being and the change in nature of work, sustainable development, law and justice. We have 4 faculties: Faculty of Education, Law, Art and Design, and Social Sciences. And as you could see, we are quite young university and also quite small university. We have 4,400 about students and 4,700 adult students, including open university, further education, and University of the Third Age. About 600 employees, 57 professors, 6 research professors, 9 assistant professors, and 151 docents. And Pirita is going to tell you something about Rovaniemi and Lapland.
So when you come to Rovaniemi, you can cross the Arctic Circle and meet the real Santa Claus, because Rovaniemi is the official hometown of Santa Claus.
Yes, every day. Yes. If you have been nice.
And some of you might know the architect Alvar Aalto. He has designed the administrative and cultural center and the reconstruction plan of Rovaniemi, as it is the shape of reindeer's head. So you won't see the head when you walk down the streets, but it's quite visible on the map. And in the August when you come, the sun is up 16.5 hours. Yes. It comes up in 5 a.m. and goes down at 9:30 p.m. But the hotels have thick curtains, so sleeping shouldn't be a problem for you. And the average temperature in August is about plus 15 degrees Celsius, but this year it was plus 24. So please check the weather forecast before you come and pack your luggages. And Rovaniemi is very easy to reach by plane through Helsinki, but please book the flights early in advance because the seats are sold very quickly. And then something about Lapland in general. So as you can see, the total area is about 1/3 of Finland, but the population is only 3.4% of Finland's population. So we're a very sparsely populated area. And there is the same amount of reindeers and people, so you will see many Rudolphs there. And we have the Sami people. They are the only indigenous people in Europe, and we are very proud of them. And 4 seasons isn't enough for us. We have 8 seasons. And when you come, it is the harvest season. And the forests, they are full of blueberries and all kinds of berries, which you can freely pick up and eat. Because as you know, the air and the nature is very clean in Finland and especially in Lapland. And 99.99% of Lapland's forests are considered as organic. We think it's quite great. And it's a myth that we have polar bears walking down the streets. You won't see them. They are only in the zoo. You will just see Rudolph and many of his cousins. So next we have a video, and we'll hope that it will. Yes. A few problems with the digitalization here.
Unfortunately, there's no internet connection, so we are not able to show the video.
Yes, I'm not an IT specialist.
You tried.
Yes, I try very hard. Mirko, thanks. Yes. Accesso. Okay. So you can try again from the slide. I don't know the. No. Yes. Yes. You're not right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Das hast du schon einmal gemacht, oder? You already did it once.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Side of the world. Vai.
Okay, I'll just leave this picture up here. I'm not going to talk for long anyway. Just some practical information concerning our next year's annual meeting and European Day. As our colleagues were just saying here, we've just started talking about the topic and the organization of these events and the very many practical issues that crop up, like, for example, accommodation and traveling, and we could see here that there's also quite a lot of explaining to do for several issues like weather, for example, or how to get to Rovaniemi. So we're going to send out quite a lot of information to you in the next few months concerning all these issues, and we're also going to have to make a time plan for sending out this information to you, because the meeting will be so early in the year, so that we will come out of our normal routine of meeting up in October. So everything will be taking place a bit earlier this year. Like, for example, the call for papers will be issued earlier this year. You will have to register earlier this year. Probably you will have to make up your mind in April or May already. And if you really want to join us, and I hope that many of you will join us in Rovaniemi, in Lapland, it would be good to book your tickets well in advance. But also, as we saw, it's a very friendly place, a very interesting, fascinating place. So it's in the summer, but well, many of you have holidays maybe, but that could be your next year's holiday destination. So we're going to send out that kind of information to you as well, so that you can plan all this well in advance. So I'm sure we will enjoy this very special place next year, the legendary Finnish sense of humor, and the nature. So I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you. Organization dinner? Yes. Okay, tonight we are going to have our wonderful social dinner. So even you didn't register, please change your mind and come with us, because it's going to be so much fun. The venue is really close to here, in the underground square that we have. Okay, if you go out from this building, you turn left, and then there's the underground square. And you are going to see us in front of the restaurant, so you can't make a mistake. I hope you get my number if you got lost in some way, I don't know. Please come, okay? So, oh, yeah, sorry. No? 8 o'clock. See you later, I hope. Bye.